Just woke up like 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. This is going to be a very interesting edition of the live Emoji Podcast because I want to tell you about my evening last night. I'm going to talk about my increasingly erratic behavior. We're going to play some mobile games if people have suggestions. Otherwise, I got Farm Break up, which Farm Break was released on the Android store, on the Google Play store, just Monday. So I've been playing it and I've been absolutely loving it. So we're gonna kind of play a little bit of that, talk about my mad midnight tweets, and some other interesting things I've been doing lately. And then we're also going to be working on Emoji Pop, which is my game, hence the title Emoji Popcast. Normally on Tuesday through Friday, I only stream on Twitch and maybe YouTube. But today, if everything is working correctly, I am streaming across all channels. So I'm going to need a second to make sure I have all of the chats open, which takes me a minute. So hope you'll hang in there with me. First of all, let me alert our Discord. If you're not a member of our Discord or our Facebook group dedicated to mobile game dev, you should totally join, and you'll find the links on my Twitter profile. So you should be able to access my Twitter. If you don't know, if you're on YouTube or something watching me, you can get to my Twitter. It's at Emoji Popcast. I've got the same handle across all social media platforms because I am a social media god, and social media gods have consistent handles on social media. So I'm going to drop the link here. What's up, Matt Man? How's it going, Matt Man? Matt Man is one of our greatest, most valued members of our community. Mr. Social Media God. So today's going to be an interesting stream because I'm going to be talking about my increasingly erratic behavior. And I think it's going to be interesting. And I want to talk about the tweets that I sent in the middle of the night after having a few beers. So let me just make sure. What's up? Is anything going on your end, Matt Man? Matt Man, their last game was a game called Hex Stars, which you can find on the Google Play Store and the App Store. And I've made videos about how amazing I think that game is. If you're chatting at me, oh geez, popcorn, says Matt Man. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitter, I can't see or Facebook, I can't see your comments quite yet. I just need to share the stream. So I want to share it here. It better be. I like that you said my body's ready. We are live, and the link. So sometimes I stream exclusively on Twitch, so I really recommend you follow me here. It's at Emoji Popcast. Like I said, social media god. Okay, I'm gonna open up my other chats on the side here. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm really curious if there's any devs out there. I know Matt Man's a great mobile game dev. If there's anything going on, feel free to update us. I like to start off the streams like a roundtable stand-up meeting, where every indie developer says what they're working on. If they have anything to update us on or whatever. And I always love to play like new released games or look at their work in progress. Drunken tweet review? LOL, says Matt Man. That's exactly right. I think it would make for some interesting content. And I think it's a valuable discussion as well. I'm working in secrecy right now. Awesome. That's a good sign that you're on to something good. If you feel compelled to keep it secret, which totally makes sense in the mobile games industry where it's like a giant war where everyone's trying to clone each other or be the first to something new, Totally makes sense. Oh man, I am slow. Where is my chat? Okay. First one I'm going to open up is the YouTube chat. Maybe Sakran is on there. Let's see. And Sakran is not there. Oh, yes he is. Oh, what's up, Sakran? I like how you type in random letters into the chat and it blocks them. or it allows me to block them. Oh yeah, it's held for review. What's up, Sakran? Hi, says Sakran. I'm trying to do a better job of looking at everyone's chat messages today. And I'm still relatively new Twitch streamer, although I know I can't be saying that forever. So still working on it. Anything going on yours and Sakran? I'm curious, Sakran, are you? I don't think you're a game developer, are you? What's your connection? Do you love mobile games? You know, I'm really curious what brings you to the stream. Now I'm gonna open up the Facebook chats. It's hard to open up the Facebook chat to go through a couple more hoops. But yeah, I'm really excited about the stream. Hope you guys stay tuned in. I have to go to Creator Studio, then I go to Creative Tools, and then I select Live Dashboard. And so my Facebook community is pretty small on my Emoji Popcast page, but our big Facebook community is thriving. Let me see if I can show you. Oh, did I close it? Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, so this is our Facebook group, and it's dedicated to mobile game devs, and we are at 135 members. And everyone shares their games they're working on, asks questions. I think it's a great community, and every time I stream, I play games from the community. So it's a great promotional and feedback-oriented community for mobile game devs. I felt like mobile games were being drowned out in the other Facebook groups. Partially because it's kind of hard to, most indie devs, I think many of them are more interested in console PC games, and the console PC games, which often take more work, tend to be more flashy, you know, and eye-catching, and they kind of rise the ranks, you know, like if you make a tap-based, you know, light mobile game, you find yourself competing with, like, you know, games that look like Call of Duty, basically, or, you know, that sounds naive, but things of grand scale. Sakran says Mario game. Mario? Is this Shigeru Miyamoto under the pseudonym Sakran? Hexagon Fall 3D. Oh, don't mention competitors to Hex Falls. Hexagon Fall. You're not the developer of Hexagon Fall 3D, are you? That'd be cool. We could have a cool discussion if you were. Okay. The last one I'm gonna open is Twitter. So if anyone's chatting with me through Periscope, just give me a second. Here it is. And now I got all the chats open. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I'm good to go. I'm also going to use this Twitter chat to make sure the audio is working well. Just give me a second. If you're watching this, oh, looks like someone requested to join our group. We are going to approve you. Welcome to the group. 136. We're growing by the second. Okay, looks like it's working well. Sweet. We're good to go. We got a couple of viewers on YouTube. Sakran says no. Hey guys, look. Look at what? Alright. For starters, let's just play a minute of Farm Break. I beat this level and I shared it on Twitter, but you have to beat all 3 levels in a sequence, and so I lost. I wanted to play a little bit more, so there's this new obstacle that throws bombs. It looks like it's not throwing them. I think that's interesting. One sec. I think after we beat a level, it'll work again. I think it's because I've had it open for a while. Maybe a good piece of developer feedback. That sometimes when you like leave the game open, I think the bombs stop throwing, which makes it easier. It could be a cool, you know, little cheat. Okay, so that's what they're supposed to be doing. So again, this is Farm Break on Google Play. I absolutely love the game. especially because it's a puzzle game that really finds a great way of infusing their more strategic puzzle gameplay with skill and action and twitch kind of thinking. And I think it's going to keep on heading in that direction. So the goal of the game is to cover all the squares. These birds make a great little incentive. Oh god. Oh, I died. Probably a bug. Did this dev ever reach out after you played live? Yeah. So the dev is called Studio 85, and they're actually a really strong member of the community. They're pretty active, and I was definitely talking to them on Twitter and stuff like that. So, and they shared the stream a couple times and stuff. So like they're a really supportive developer. I really appreciate them sharing the stream like that. Okay, so now we're gonna see this level we played the way it's supposed to. Oh god, that was close. So there's like one safe spot here. I like that you're like kind of zooming through. I shared this level on Twitter, and they actually replied and said, wait till you get to like level like 30 or something. And I was surprised that there were that many levels in the game already. And I can't even imagine what crazy obstacles are going to be ahead of us, you know? So I like this because you have to kind of time the way you go down, and it forces you to confront the fact that these spikes are kind of delayed. So when if you go over a spike, it's gonna take a second to kill you. And so but I'm kind of this level trained my sense of timing with them, because I'm allowing the spikes to get close to hitting me because I'm waiting for the bomb to pass. So I felt like that was each level. I'm learning something a little bit new. I love how there are sequences of levels because I feel like together they make a more interesting, you know, message. Really, says Sakran? Yes, really. Whatever I said, really. Yeah, Sakran. Yeah, the developer is Studio 85. Follow him on Twitter, you know, Farm Break, download it, give him 5 stars. It's an amazing game. But yeah, let's talk about... Yay, clicks, says Sakran. See, this is the kind of obedience I'm looking for. Sakran doesn't need any reasoning behind what I'm saying. You just follow orders. I said, follow Studio 85. He said, clicked. So, thank you. This is the kind of allegiance I'm looking for. Anyway, so this is the tweet that I sent out. So last night, had a few beers. I was feeling kind of lucid, you know. I wasn't drunk or anything, you know. Tell Sakran to get on Twitch instead. Yeah, Sakran, if you get on Twitch, we can see your chats a lot more easier, and they'll be on the screen. Haha, get scammed, get noob, says Sakran. Maybe we don't actually want him on Twitch. What kind of beers though? I got these cans, these IPA, I forget what it was, but then I had a couple Modelo's that we had left over. So those were the beers that I drank. Good question. That's an important question. Yeah, I really like how much Sakran participates on YouTube. So I kind of like him on YouTube because he fills that chat. And sometimes he just kind of spams it with random stuff when I'm not looking. So like, it might be good that you're on YouTube. So thank you for being an Emoji Popcast soldier, Sakran. Stay on YouTube, maybe. Keep sending me those messages. Make it seem like we're super, you know, super popular. Mattman says he's a spammy boy. Yep. Okay, so let's take a look at this tweet. And yes, I do remember what it says. I was not drunk. I was just lucid or slightly impaired. Indie mobile devs are going to totally disrupt the mobile games market. So I think maybe after a few drinks, I was just thinking about my own experiences in the games industry as a mobile game designer and engineer for a little bit. And I don't know, I won't go too into that now. Mark my words, these giant companies have no idea what's coming. This change will translate to many other markets. I'm going to make sure I'm at the center of that change if it kills me. I like, after a couple of beers, I get a little dramatic, but yeah. But I meant it. Hashtag GameDev, hashtag mobile games. Sakran says, man, I wish I could install Farm Break. Do you have Android, Sakran? I wish you could install it too. Dramatic, says Mattman. Yes, it was. Passionate, though. Exactly, Mattman. I am a dramatic, passionate person. That is, you just subbed me up in 2 little messages there. Let me see. What do I want to say about this? So I think one of the biggest, and I'm not talking about, Sakran says because it's Samsung. Oh, dang it. I'm hoping maybe the game will come to Samsung. I really wish you could play it too. Oh wait, Sakran, are you saying Farm Break is Samsung? Because it's a Google Play game. Just in case you misunderstood me. It's available on Google Play. You should totally play it. But yeah, I think if you, and this doesn't apply to all the giant corporate developers that make mobile games, but it applies to many of them, I think, that they spend all of their efforts into copying other games. So every couple years, there's going to be one game that's kind of trending and seems like it's the most profitable because somehow they've designed it. For example, Match 3s is usually what we're talking about here. These are the kind of, I'm talking mostly about casual mobile puzzle game developers. So Grant says, can't because of the store MB. I can't. Okay, gotcha. So I don't have an Android device, but I use this emulator called BlueStacks. And it's pretty good, and I'm able to play it with a mouse pretty well, actually. So I would recommend you download this emulator BlueStacks, and then you can go onto the Google Play Store through this emulator, and you can download Farm Break, and you can also give it 5 stars, and then you can play the hell out of it. And let me know if that works for you or if you need any help. But yeah, most of the time with like the Match 3 kind of developers. So there's usually like one game that's kind of like, let me make sure I have the Facebook chat open too. There we go. So there's usually one game that's kind of setting the pace for other games. So for a couple of years it was Toon Blast. So Toon Blast was doing really well. I'm guessing that company Peak, I'm guessing that they, because of their popularity of their game, they could have spend less money on advertising to get more players that spend more money in their game. Basically, they've kind of tweaked the formula in such a way that makes their game more popular. And then other games look at theirs and try to kind of emulate what they're doing. And then all of a sudden you got 100 Toon Blasts on the market. That same thing happened with the evolution of Gardenscapes. So, what's that freaking developer named? I forget. Gardenscapes. Playrix, that's right. They actually got in trouble recently because they started doing these ads that looked like kind of like those kind of crappy mobile kind of game ads. They started doing this and it didn't even involve the gameplay of Gardenscapes. And then so those ads were banned as misleading, obviously. So I just thought that was a super interesting development that the ad makers there are like making these crazy ads that have nothing to do with their games. Like they also changed their app icon to look like one of these games. It was just super weird. I'm kind of confused what they were doing. If we got any Playrix developers in the chat, let me know. I know we got someone from Jam City. I'm sure there's some other developers out there watching. Probably not. But yeah, so that set the pace for a while. So all of a sudden, all these companies got to make their own Gardenscapes-like game where you, the idea is instead of seeing a map of levels you're going across, it's set up so that it's somewhat narrative. So there's like a character, and you're like fixing up a house or something. I think Jam City recently released one of these too. Let's see if we can watch it. So here's the trailer. I'm curious what they kind of show on the trailer. So it's set up to be all narrative, you know. I'm sure the audio's like, oh, I just got to this place and I'm working on making it better, blah blah blah. And you know, this is fine. I'm not dissing this, you know, but I'm just dissing the strategy. Oh look, see how dramatic this is? This is a match 3 game. I'm not dissing it, you know, people are into this, you know, obviously. But, like, they're setting up a story about a girl who lost her father, and if the ads were so successful, man, they should have made a game that plays like the ads. Maybe you're right, but those games, if they made a game that fit those ads, those kind of games wouldn't have been making near the money of Gardenscapes, you know? Because they're more like casual light games without much long-term value, whereas Gardenscapes is like this enormous thing. Tibasoft, what's up? Tibasoft, thank you so much for joining us. I'm just talking about my erratic tweets and behavior. If you're interested in that, with regards to game development and stuff. Thank you so much for joining. Let me know if there's anything you want to say about game development or anything going on or whatever. Mattman says true. So yeah, so this girl 10 years later, and notice we haven't seen any gameplay. Okay, she goes back to the house, and it's all messed up. The door is broken. And so, we didn't see any gameplay. Let's look at this gameplay for a second. It's gonna give me an ad, isn't it? Oh, nope. Okay. And so, they have all these, like, cinematic sequences. This looks really good. You know, they got the 3D model. So it's a 3D kind of, it's a real 3D kind of take on Gardenscapes. I feel like that game was only like kind of like made to look a little 3D. And so to play the game, you simply tap on these squares that look just like the Toon Blast squares. And you do that to make matches. And there's like little obstacles you can interact with too occasionally, and you're trying to collect enough of the colored squares and you win the level. And then after that, you're rewarded by beating levels. You're rewarded with like this story sequence. It's actually, I'm really impressed by how good like it looks. I know people who worked on this game. You know, so one of my things is I'm not dissing the people that work at these companies and their work. That is not the problem at all. The problem is the people at the top don't trust these employees to organically explore mobile game design. So by that I mean when a game developer, when a giant game studio decides to make a game, like they decide, let's make a game like X, let's make a game like Candy Crush or whatever it is, and then they say, okay, so we're just going to copy its monetization model and we're just going to hope that it works out. And like, we're not going to even think about it. And so game designers are tasked with just the minutia of detail more, you know, like making the levels, what are the modes of gameplay going to be, stuff like that. What are the events going to be? Like maybe figuring out some of the storytelling stuff. So they're charged with most aspects of the game, except for the most crucial core tenets of the game, which include its core progression, its core gameplay, and its monetization. Those are all pre-packaged, taken from another game, and sometimes they do this from other gameplay genres. So bubble shooters, they mimic the monetization model and progression model of Candy Crush, which is a match 3. So that I could say, well, you guys, bubble shooters and match 3s are very different games. They might require different monetization models or an alternate progression system that works more for the core gameplay. Shooting bubbles in this action-y kind of arcade way, it's a very different gameplay system than tapping these colored squares in order to collect the colored squares. It's totally way more based in skill than the match 3s and yada yada yada. I've talked about this 100 times. I won't go too into it unless people want to hear more. So that's kind of my whole point, is these developers, and so let me show you what really spawned this. I'm going to show you this video. You know, I'm a little drunk when I'm listening to Steve Jobs videos on YouTube. I'm just kidding though. Sometimes I go through waves of like kind of voices that I'm listening to, and I thought sometimes Steve Jobs and sometimes the Pixar people, sometimes like listening to like the philosophy of other creative thinkers like Walt Disney, blah blah blah. Sometimes I gain such inspiration of them in the field of mobile games, because I think most of the people in mobile games right now, they don't, like, especially the big players, you know, they don't really understand what they're doing at all. As I said, their core practices involve copying other games and not even thinking about what they're doing really, and not trusting their employees. So I find such inspiration looking into other industries and finding out what those revolutionary creative thinkers were saying. Mattman says, being a motivated drunk is the best kind of drunk. Yes, it is. It's better than the violent or angry drunk. I'm only trying to spread positivity, so that's a good. Thank you for calling that out. I really am a motivational drunk. That's pretty funny. So let's listen to Steve Jobs on quality. The first 50 seconds aren't as useful, but then after that, it's gold. So let's listen in.
It's funny, the group of people that do not use quality in their marketing are the Japanese. You never see them using quality in their marketing. It's only the American companies that do. And yet, if you ask people on the street which products have the best reputation for quality, they will tell you the Japanese products. Now, why is that? How could that be? The answer is because customers don't form their opinions on quality from marketing. They don't form their opinions on quality from who won the Deming Award or who won the Baldrige Award. They form their opinions on quality from their own experience with the products or the services. And so one can spend enormous amounts of money on quality. One can win every quality award there is, and yet if your products don't live up to it, customers will not keep that opinion for long in their minds. And so I think where we have to start is with our products and our services, not with our marketing department. And we need to get back to the basics and go improve our products and services. Now again, quality isn't just the product or the service, it's having the right product. You know, knowing where the market's going and having the most innovative products is just as much a part of quality as the quality of the construction of the product when you have it. And I think what we're seeing is the quality leaders of today have integrated that quality technology well beyond their manufacturing, now going well into their sales and marketing and out as far as they can to touch the customer, and trying to create super efficient processes back from the customer all the way through to the delivery of the end product, so that they can have the most innovative products, understand the customer needs fastest, et cetera, et cetera.
Game dev is going good, Kessels. Thank you so much for joining us. So just to summarize the first half of that, the biggest takeaway, the second half is where I think the real gold is that we can apply to our medium. But the first half, we're listening to Steve Jobs talk about companies that dedicate themselves on pursuing quality versus companies that dedicate themselves to projecting quality through advertisements, through their imaging. Projecting quality is not quality, obviously. Quality is having a deep understanding of what you're doing, understanding the market, and Steve Jobs will talk about more about how to achieve this quality. So let's listen in. This is just going to be a minute long, and then we'll continue.
In most companies, if you're new and you ask, why is it done this way? The answer is because that's the way we do it here, or because that's the way it's always been done. And in my opinion, the largest contribution of much of this quality thinking is to approach these ways of doing things, these processes, scientifically, where there is a theory behind why we do them. There is a description of what we do, and most importantly, there is an opportunity to always question what we do. And this is a radically different approach to business processes than the traditional one, because it's always done this way. And that single shift is everything, in my opinion, because in that shift is a tremendous optimistic point of view about the people that work in a company. It says these people are very smart. They're not pawns. They're very smart. And if given the opportunity to change and improve, they will. They will improve the processes if there's a mechanism for it. And that optimistic humanism I find very appealing. And I think we have countless examples that it works.
Okay, so I found that a really great message that applied directly to my own experience in the mobile games industry. 1 second, I just have to type in this code. I want to see, I typed it all out on my LinkedIn, so I wanted to see exactly what it said. Here we go. I'm starting to wonder if LinkedIn is a good place for promoting this kind of stuff. I haven't really been using it very much. So I'm curious. Let me know if anyone has any reactions to that. But um, what he says is quality isn't the product or the service. It's about having the right product, knowing where the market is going, and having the most innovative products. So I would argue that this is where these companies fail. Um, in most companies, if you're new and you ask, why is it done this way? The answer is because that's the way we do it here. I'm curious if anyone else out there has has confronted this in any experience they've had, whether it's in the games industry or another arena, because I definitely came across this. If you start questioning why things are the way they are and trying to hypothesize better alternatives, if you get resistance to that, that's a bad sign. That means that company is not looking to be a quality company. They're not looking... Oops. Why did everything close? Why? Oh my god, I gotta open everything up again. That's insane. Yes, in other industry for sure, says Madman. Okay, really interesting. I'm glad someone else had that experience. I think it is a common one. So if you're at a great company and you ask, I think this would be better, or you ask, why is this done this way? And if they are receptive, which as game designers, this applies especially to game design because it's all about confronting your own assumptions about things. As game designers, we need other people to tell us. Like, I'm always listening to Mattman and PS2 about my game because I'm too close to it. I need feedback from other people, including Mattman, who have a certain eye and a different perspective to tell me what I'm doing wrong and how to improve, And so if a company is operating under this MO of not thinking about what they're doing, that's really a problem. And the reason that mobile game companies are like that is because the mobile games industry is so new. At least it's the modern version of it since Steve Jobs' App Store. So a lot of these companies, remember Farmville and stuff like that? A lot of these companies got really lucky early on. They were the first players in the market, and so they built up this stack of assumptions that they know what they're doing, that the things that they did to get success at the beginning are forever going to work, which those weren't even the most best of practices. It's just that there was no competitors. So of course they got bloated, they got all this funding, and then they could double down on these bad practices and they could sustain growth for a while. But I think now they're reaching a critical point. That's why all these games that they make, they're all like have Harry Potter or Frozen or Superman. They all have these giant IPs stopped on top to kind of to compensate for the fact that they don't know how to explore this territory. Tibisoft says, yes, I am working in automotive industry. Interesting, not IT. That's cool. And it is working like that. Process and general thinking can be changed slowly. Very interesting. I had the same experience, it sounds like, at my mobile games company, the first job that I worked in the games industry. That is very interesting to see that it's happening in other arenas as well. That totally makes sense. So I think as game designers, we need to take inspiration of this. I think this is why indie game developers have so much strength, because we don't have this built up assumption of we know how things work. At least I think actually probably some indie game devs do. But I'd like to think the people in this group in our community aren't like that. That we're always looking to improve ourselves and question our assumptions in order to actually achieve success and stuff. Let me see. So that single shift is everything, because in that shift is a tremendously optimistic point of view about the people that work in a company. So if you're these giant corporate game studios and maybe the companies in the automotive industry and other industries as well, as Mattman pointed out, if they don't question their assumptions, if they don't scientifically evaluate the things that they do that made them successful, what that really is a mistrust in their employees. So it's a vicious cycle, because a game developer won't trust employees, probably on good reason, because these employees, these game designers, many of them have never creatively made new games that they really thought through, with a vision about long-term value and an understanding of mobile game design, the psychology of it. Most of them don't have that kind of experience. Most of them bounce around from level design to level design job, and so it makes sense that they can't trust those employees to make organic games that will make a lot of money too. But because they don't trust them, they never get the experience to become those people that can actually make amazing games for that company. So that's why they bounce around from job to job, from layoff to layoff, making the same content in games, basically, not even true game design. So I think it's a vicious cycle where the employees, they can't trust them, so they never make good games, but then they never get the experience, and so it's a vicious cycle that totally it makes our industry stagnant. Tipasoft says, indie game dev is more flexible, so I can do what I want. From the other hand, it seems not so successful. So, okay, that is a great point. So Tipasoft says, indie game dev is more flexible, so we have the freedom. So that's why I left the games industry, is because I tried for 2 years to instill change where I was working, in a dramatic way, in an important way, at least to start the shift. And my job security was totally threatened. I had to work hella weekends trying to do what I wanted to do because I wasn't given time at work to do it, to make these insane improvements that would increase productivity by like 10 times or whatever it is, or totally gain a new understanding of what mobile game players are looking for, and pointing out the faults in our games. I spent all this time, all this effort going against so many people, and at the end I realized, even though I succeeded in many ways and was maybe, if I stayed there for another 10 years, who knows what would happen, but I don't have time to stay there for 10 years, and I ended up getting kind of sidelined, I was really passionate about game design and thinking through the game design problems, but because of what I was working on and the advancements I was making, it was kind of just pushed aside as an engineer. And so one day I was like, I'm learning machine learning at work because that's what they want me to do. I probably shouldn't talk too much about this, but anyway, I decided I'm over it. And so, like Tipasoft says, the power of indie dev is that it's flexible and we get freedom to explore. On the other hand, Tipasoft says, doesn't seem as successful. Kessel says, check my network. I will totally do that. It looks like you added me. Sweet. Accept. I like your profile picture. I like that it's your game avatar person. Noise. But Tipasoft points out, not as successful. And so I think there's a couple reasons for that. One reason is that we don't have the resources that these companies have. So these companies, they can get by making crappy games. They're not crappy, but they don't have the foresight and quality that I'm talking about. They can get by making these kinds of games because they have the resources through their funding to pump them up the App Store list. So basically, these companies, they can just buy a stupid amount of ads, or they can release a game, so they can work on a game, they can soft launch in certain countries, which is and then they can tailor their games to make money. And once they realize, okay, the game is going to be profitable now, then they know they can spend millions of dollars or whatever it is on advertising the game, and they can get a bunch of users in it, and they know that they're going to make money because they know exactly how much they have to spend in order to make money over a certain number of years. So they can make these huge investments that take years to pan out, but they know that they'll make money in the long run. And so us indie devs, we don't have those kind of resources. That's why many work with publishers. But then I'm sure you give up a lot of your revenue and stuff if you do that. You give up maybe some level of control, but so that's a good route to go through a publisher. But you're right that still we can't rival their success. But I think that we could. So by really thinking about what we're doing, making, I don't know, I'm not going to say exactly how we counter their games, but I think that we can. Let me show you how I'm doing with Emoji Pop. So this is a great example. Let me pull up Bubble Witch Saga. So I think we can look at where the giant mobile game devs are doing it wrong, and we can correct their mistakes. I think that's one way we gain advantage over them, is by really thinking through game design and understanding mobile game psychology. And I think we can make games that are better than theirs inherently. That's one way I think we can start to achieve success. That's obviously not the only thing we have to do more than that, obviously. So in addition to making games the right way and learning from their mistakes, we also have to find our own approach to getting our game out there. That's part of the reason why I started this community. Obviously, this won't have a huge impact, but I think one of the bigger things is developing games that are community-oriented. We can also do this by making games on social media and really putting ourselves out there, attaching a face to our game. And so I think all of this and more, we can start to explore these options that the giant mobile game developers aren't doing, So this is Bubble Witch Sega 3. So it's a bubble shooter where you aim and you shoot colored bubbles in order to make matches, and you climb up the level. And the progression works by, let's go to the map. So this is the Saga map. So as I was saying before, and this is just like a case study, and I hope that we can learn from it in other ways, for other kinds of games. So bubble shooters were created a little after the rise of match 3s like Candy Crush. Developers were really confident in these games because on surface they look just like match 3s but cooler. They're a color matching game where you are matching colored elements and clearing levels. So that sounds like match 3s. And so they think we should design them in the same way. Since Candy Crush makes so much money, why would we do anything differently? So every bubble shooter on the App Store that I'm aware of is a sequence of levels, and you get stuck on a level until you beat it to go to the next one. And so they make money by putting in these hard levels that players want to spend money in order to complete and keep getting progression. So there's going to be like some easy levels where players will feel good going through levels 5 through 8, but then maybe level 9 is a hard level. We call these pinch levels. And it pinches the player, so players are like, oh, I was making so much progress, and all of a sudden that progress is stopped. I get no new content in the game until I beat this level. That would encourage some players to spend money in order to get an advantage in order to beat the level. So that's how these games are trying to make money. It really works well for match 3s because match 3s are chance-based, meaning players are confident that they'll be able to eventually win a level. So some Candy Crush players will be playing the same level for weeks. And it's insane how retentive these games are, especially because they have thousands of levels to train you to keep wanting that progress, and so they can make a lot of money because they can make their pinch levels really hard without scaring players away, because players are confident that they'll eventually be able to win because of the chancy elements in the game. Let's look at bubble shooters. Bubble shooters are an entirely different beast. Bubble shooters are a skill-based game. They're not a chance-based game. So I always talk about the balance between chance and skill and making sure that balance is in line, or at least being aware of what that balance is. So in bubble shooters, the balance is way more tilted towards skill. And even if they're not totally skill-based, there's a lot of chance-based elements. So in these games, their developers have done their best to totally wipe out as much skill as possible in order to not scare away players. But even then, even by making it chance-based to an extent, if a player if the player needs one more move at the very end to win the level, and they need a yellow, but instead the game gives them a red, and so they can't win, the player feels like the game cheated them. They feel like they should be getting the right color in order to win, because in their mind, these games are skill-based puzzles that they should be able to win on their own merit. And so at the end of the level, when they realize that the game is actually based in chance, and that's causing them to lose, they feel like the game is cheating them, and they'll exit immediately and never play again. So that is, I think, proof that players perceive these games to be skill-based. That's partially a reflection of the skill of the mechanic. To many casual players, aiming and firing these shots and strategizing your way through the puzzle, this is a skill-based game, way more so than match 3s. Although there is some skill match 3s in the sense of like knowing which matches to make and stuff like that, and when to use power-ups and stuff like that. There's some skill there, but the whole game doesn't rest on that, you know? Players who aren't very skill-oriented will eventually be able to win the level due to chance. So that's why it's more chance-based, bubble shooters are more skill-based. So because now that I've proved these bubble shooters are skill-based, I can now prove that the saga map model, where players go from level to level, is totally wrong and broken for bubble shooters. So when a player's progressing at the beginning of the game, if they get stuck on a difficult level, players won't play more than a few times, or whatever the number is. They'll play way less times than match 3s. Players are way less tenacious in bubble shooters, because if they lose a few times, especially these casual players, they start to feel like, am I stupid? Like, this is a skill-based game. I'm not able to beat this level. Am I doing something wrong? They don't see the chance, the element of chance in the game, so they're way more likely to quit. So in response to this problem, because that makes, if the game is skill-based, that would scare tons of players away. So developers try their best to make the beginning hundreds of levels as simple and easy as possible, so that we cater to the bottom 10% of players who've maybe never even played a real video game before. And so they dumb these games down in order to not scare away players. But then that makes the games way less interesting. And so if you love bubble shooters and you've played like thousands of levels in a bubble shooter, if you start a new bubble shooter, you're not going to play hundreds of levels of boring bubble shooter gameplay. You know, that's just not a fun experience. It's kind of a tedious, boring experience. And so players will feel like, oh, this game isn't for me. It's way too easy, and so they won't play. So they're just like stuck in this awful place where they can't design their games well. And so I noticed this, which is why I decided like a year and a half ago to start making Emoji Pop. So let me open Emoji Pop. So I've totally gotten rid of the saga map model. So instead of going level to level to level and getting stuck, which also creates a negative relationship with the players, you know, where the game is trying to kind of pinch them for money. That's fine if some games do that, you know, but I think that there's more positive ways to make money in these kinds of games. And so I've been doing it by making continuous levels. So basically, I have a certain number of moves. Right now I have 276 because I cheated and added myself a bunch of moves. But I get to... if I run out of moves, all I have to do is wait for my moves to regenerate, and then I can keep playing where I left off. I'm never winning or losing levels, and I'm never getting stuck somewhere. If I run out of moves, just have to wait a little bit, and then I get more moves to keep playing. But that alone wouldn't be very interesting. So I also have these stars scattered throughout the levels, and these stars are the levels. So they're kind of like the levels you see on the saga map for bubble shooters. So let me get to one. I'm going to make this match. I got a fruit. If I get 10 fruits, then I get this prize. Okay, so I got to a star. These stars are very important. So these stars are important because I can beat these levels in order to get more moves, in order to keep making progress in this continuous world of bubble shooter gameplay. So let's open it up. Play. So this is like the intro level for the light bulb emoji. Every world there's a new obstacle. And so this is kind of training players to make the best matches that are connected. So because the bulbs and the blue emojis kind of line up, I get to kind of save progress, make more progress with my matches. And so I'm going to try to beat this level. It's a little difficult. I only have 9 more moves. Oh man, this is going to be tight. You can play this game at playemojipop.com. The link is on the screen. Let me just keep going. Okay, 6 moves. There's going to be 4 matches that we need at the top. Tibasoft says, oh, that star function was not clear for me. Yeah, so because it's very different, I do see it coming across as non-intuitive. So thank you for saying that, Tibasoft. If you have any suggestions of how to make that more clear, I think I need to spend more time tutorializing it. The first time you come across a star when you're playing the game, a pop-up comes up and says, like, beat stars to win moves or whatever it is, but like, I still think I need to do a better job. I'm not exactly sure I want to do that yet, so I'm totally looking for feedback about that. That's something I want to fix before I release it on the app stores. But great feedback, Tibasoft, thank you. Let me try these red bulbs. Sweet. So we got 2 more moves. I should be able to win. Cool, and I won. So that means by winning the star level, I get to spin a slot machine. Which gets me moves, and so if I get lucky, I'll get 4 smiley faces and get 10 moves, or sometimes get less. So I get to collect these moves, and I can continue making progress. So by beating these stars, I get more moves to keep getting to the next star, in order to get more moves to keep making progress, etc., etc. So beating the levels is really important and really fun, but if you lose the levels simply goes away, and you continue as normal, although you don't get the reward of extra moves. The game doesn't freeze you out of the game. It doesn't make you play the same level for weeks on end until you beat it, you know? So, in some ways, maybe it's a little less incentivizing to spend money, but I think in some ways it's more incentivizing because the level is a limited time offer. So instead of playing 20 times and then begrudgingly deciding to spend money, the player is given a clear choice. Okay, this level is temporary. Do you want to watch an ad to keep playing? Do you want to spend money on boosters? If you don't, the level goes away. So it's a more immediate call to action, and it's a more friendly experience. So that's why I think it works as a monetization model. But by never freezing out the player from playing, by never getting them totally stuck on the same level over and over again, I'm allowed to embrace skill in a way that these bubble shooters don't even come close to. So I'm making what I think is a pure bubble shooter. I'm taking the bubble shooter to a place where it's never gone before. So the bubble shooter genre really started with like Puzzle Bobble and some of those old kind of bubble shooters. I think it was called Puzzle Bobble, like Bust a Move or whatever region you're in. It's called different names, I think. Tipsoft says, then what is the end of the game? There is no end of the game. So same thing with these corporately made bubble shooters. Great question, by the way. They can just keep adding levels and keep adding content to keep the game going. And so that's what I'm doing as well. So right now I'm up to world 11, and I have plans for many more worlds of levels and new obstacles, etc., etc. So I can keep building on the game as I grow, as the game grows as well, you know? Does that make sense? So the longer you play, if I get players to play, I'm gonna be able to be in a position where I just get to keep adding on to the game and going, making cooler and cooler stuff and more advanced obstacles, and gets more and more difficult or whatever it is. And so, for example, one thing that these corporate developers would never do. Okay, I see. Cool. Tipsoft. Glad you got it. One thing these corporate developers would never ever do is include levels that involve like skill or timing. But in the first 5 minutes of the game, I introduced to you this like scrolling level, and so these daggers have to time out to hit them at the perfect time so that they launch in the direction that I want them to. Oh, I didn't do that one well. And if I run out of time, if the level gets stuck at the bottom, a shoe comes down and crushes me. So this kind of engaging, real gaming, like kind of puzzle gameplay where it's kind of arcadey and skill-based a bit, I think it's really fun. It's got a lot of pressure to it. This would never be done in any of these games. Even after you could play thousands of levels, Madman says those daggers should stay in the direction they're shot. So actually, that's a bug. The top ones do keep spinning because I don't know, they're messed up. There's a bug in the skill-based mode. But you're actually right. It shows you have a great design mind. When you let go of your finger, the daggers freeze. And you said that because you want players to be able to have the agency to predict easily where the dagger is going to go, right? So actually, that's how they do work. But in this scroll-based level, for some reason, it's not like freezing the new daggers on the screen. So that's something I'm going to have to fix. A bug in an indie game? That's pretty funny. So this is the last world, so I need to kind of fix that bug in the last world of the game. But looking at the stats, I'm like, okay, no one's even near here. I have time, to work on other stuff. But yeah. So you can play thousands of levels in bubble shooters like Bubble Witch Sega 3 and other bubble shooters. There's 1,000 of them on the market. You're never going to get anything near as interesting as this. And because my progression model is different and doesn't involve the saga map model, I'm allowed to introduce this kind of mechanic within the first 5 minutes of gameplay. So imagine being a bubble shooter fan Mattman says players' churn in early levels are #1 priority. Exactly. It's cool. I like to put out a new obstacle every once in a while to kind of show off like the coolness of it all and stuff. But you're totally right. The overall experience, early levels, player churn, that's all definitely #1 priority right now. I want to release the game in the App Store with the first 16 worlds done. And I'm going to have a really special obstacle. So, okay, so being an indie developer, let me show you something that I'm really excited about. I can't show you, but I can explain it. So these obstacles, each world there's a different obstacle, there's something different. As an indie dev, I can really creatively explore this bubble shooter space in a way that's never been done before. So one thing that I want to do is, so I often get asked, why is there a box here? So in most bubble shooters, oops, frick. Hold on, let me show you the gameplay. Yeah. In most bubble shooters, there's no aim box. You tap anywhere on the screen and it aims. So you can kind of tap the top of the screen, etc. But in my game, you have to at least start your shot in this box. And so there's a few reasons for that. The one is that often players need some indication of how to play the game, because returning players and new casual players in bubble shooters, they often think they have to drag back the bubble, or they kind of tap. They just get confused unless they have some kind of like constant tutorial. Box, move, to rounded, rect. That is something we're definitely going to do this week, Mattman. So Mattman suggested changing the UI of the box a little bit so that it's rounded, and I really like the look of it. He sent me a mock-up. It was amazing. So we're definitely going to do that this week. But one amazing advantage, so I can, by seeing people play the game, etc., I can see that this is a problem, and so that's one reason why I put the box. The most important reason why the box is there, though, is that, so if I tap the screen, nothing will happen. I have to start the shot here. What that allows me to do is create interactive obstacles in the level itself that I can interact with. So I could, for example, maybe I tap, like, what does this star do? If I tap it, maybe it'll pop up and say, like, oh, like, this is a level, or you have to, this is how this obstacle works, or whatever it is. But what I'm really excited about is being able to have interactable obstacles. So what I want to do is create a candy obstacle. So there's going to be a candy emoji that comes in each 6 of the colors, and these candy emojis are going to work like the candies in Candy Crush. They're going to work like a match 3. So by tapping on them or swapping them, I haven't decided what, I think just by tapping on them, I'm going to be able to make matches on the board. So I'm going to be able to encompass gameplay of totally disparate game genres. I want to be the ultimate mobile puzzle game. So let me give you another example. So this is a more simple example. Let me find a level. So one genre that I'm tapping into is the shoot 'em up genre. So I have these space invaders that go left to right, kind of like the space invaders in the classic shoot 'em up game, except I have to match their colors, not just hit them. And so you can see the skill-based nature of the thing scrolling down, the way that everything moves. This is a genre. This is like a gameplay system that's partially inspired by shoot 'em up games. And so people who made bubble shooters for years didn't realize how tightly related their games were to other genres, like games like Space Invaders and Missile Command and other shoot 'em up games like that. So I'm looking to be inspired. I'm taking mechanics in other genres and bringing them into my game. And I'm also going to do that with the match 3 genre. So I think my bubble shooter is going to be the ultimate mobile puzzle game. It's going to be able to transcend its own genre. I want to encapsulate the fun of match 3 gameplay, etc., etc. And so part of the reason why I'm going crazy with these mechanics is because by removing the saga map model, I can totally embrace these crazy ideas and without punching players. If a player can't understand the Space Invaders or isn't fast enough, they'll lose those levels and they'll continue progressing as normally. They won't be forever forced and punished to play the same level over and over and over again, you know? So another reason, I'm struggling to retain my train of thought right here, but another reason that I can be inspired from these other genres is because I'm an indie game developer that is able to totally think through these ideas and implement them without needing confirmation from some engineer, telling me I can't do certain things, or whatever it is, I can just totally embrace these ideas. I had a better point, and I was kind of lost train of thought, so we'll have to come back to that. But so I'm looking to make this game the ultimate publisher. So this is kind of like, I think this whole thing started as a case study of how do we achieve success in mobile games. I think we do that by being inspired by what they're doing. Let's learn from their monetization model. Let's learn from the way they make their gameplay systems. These kind of gameplay systems are really popular, We don't have to just make hyper-casual games. We should be competing with these companies, making these long-term, highly retentive puzzle games and other genres like them. We should try to compete with these games. Often we spend all of our time critiquing them, saying, oh, these games are horrible for players, they're boring, they lack any value for players, they're manipulative, they're addictive. We say all these things, and we disgrace other indie developers that try to make games like this. What we should be doing is encouraging more indie devs to make games like this, but make them smarter, learn from their mistakes as well as what they're doing right. We want to mimic the way that they make money in games, but do it in a way that's healthier for players, translating their progression system, translating their gameplay, translating their monetization models in a way that is friendly to players and works as a strategy for indie devs putting out their games and getting players to notice. So another way I'm doing that is, because I'm an indie game developer, I'm not just copying a game, I'm thinking outside the box. So one feature I added into the game, which some of you are aware of, I'm sure, is the level creator. So by unlocking these new emojis and these new game obstacles and stuff like that, you can create your own levels in the game. This is the editor I use to make all the levels in the game as it is. So players can design their own levels. And so okay, this is what I was going to say before. By really taking in, the reason why I'm taking in mechanics from shoot 'em up genres like Space Invaders, etc., from match 3s, from bubble shooters, and other gameplay genres I'm looking at as well. I'm looking at some, like, all kinds of puzzle games. I'm looking to integrate as many mechanics as possible into the game. And so one of the real reasons I'm doing that is because I want players to be able to create all kinds of mad, insane game designs. So if they can make a game that's like a match 3 or a bubble shooter or like a Space Invader kind of game, and it's all kind of intuitive within the same gameplay genre, I really believe that that will be really cool and really incentivizing for players to make these levels. It's kind of like, this is the creative gaming paradigm that I'm really obsessed with. Games like Dreams, Fortnite Creative, Mario Maker, all these kinds of creative games that are cropping up more and more. Minecraft was an early example of this. So in Minecraft, by giving players all these insane tools, they have like a redstone block which you can kind of create circuits and stuff out of. By giving them these open tools to make whatever game they want, players would invest deeply and create these insane creations that go viral and like spread awareness of the game and add depth to it without the developer even spending time making these creations or anything. So I want to do that. I want to replicate that in the mobile gaming world. So I want players to be able to make like all kinds of different kinds of mobile game experiences within this bubble shooter setup. So that's kind of my thinking with this. So the reason why it gets my game out there is because you can save your levels. So here's all the levels I've made and haven't deleted. So I can make these levels. Each level, I give you your own web link for that specific level. So I can copy this web link and I can share it on social media or send it to my friends. And then anyone in the entire world can play your level immediately from any device simply by clicking on your link. So this is me thinking outside the box. So this is a great example. So Tibasoft says like indie dev is more flexible but doesn't seem as successful. I think the potential success is there. We just need to dig deeper. And so another way to achieve that is by thinking in terms of virality. We don't have the resources to pump up our games artificially, but we can embrace virality from the very start. When I started designing this game, I was thinking of virality just as much as I was monetization and overall fun gameplay. So I built the game with virality in mind because I knew, as you did, that I can't just achieve success by making a game and not thinking of ways to spread it that are unique from the ways that corporate game developers are doing it. So one of my approaches that I think other people can do as well is, and everyone thinks about virality to an extent, but I think we need to embrace it more and integrate it deeper into the game experience, because and the gameplay is so rich, and I'm working on making it richer and richer, that it just makes sense for players to be able to like make things and share them, and then literally everyone in the world from any device can play it. That's really cool. So on mobile creative games, you can't make the kinds of insane creations you can make on Dreams or Fortnite Creative or Mario Maker maybe, but you can make any kind of mobile game. It seems like the perfect creative mobile suite for people who are interested in game design or who are just creatives kind of. And so it gets the game out there. The game allows players. The more I spend time into making cool features, it allows players to make really like interesting levels that could possibly go viral. Tipasoft makes a good point, and they say you need to have a relatively big community. That is right. So another part of this is create features that instill virality. And Tipasoft points out, in addition to that, I need to pair that with a community-based approach. Tipasoft says, I need a big community who plays, creates levels, makes hype. You're exactly right. So the second approach that indie developers need to be taking more is to be community-oriented. And so part of that is like within the game, pushing the community-based stuff within the game itself. So on the homepage, you'll see the community links to our Discord and our Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. That's just the start, I want the community to take place on the surface of the internet, so that's why I've been giving social media links. But I'm also putting myself out there on the stream five times a week. I'm creating YouTube videos. I'm tweeting constantly, as I showed you earlier. I'm becoming increasingly erratic on Twitter. So another superpower that indie devs have. We have a lot of superpowers. Yet another one is our ability to give a face to our product and be passionate and put ourselves out there. And so that's something I don't see very many indie devs doing, although I do see some of them doing it. I think we could be doing it way more, Obviously, it's super hard. Everything I'm saying is like, you can make a really viral, amazing game and really put yourself out there and maybe not build up the hype or the kind of huge community that you need to make a game like this successful. But it provides a foundation, at least, for you to springboard on. So I'm trying to build this community right now while I'm developing this game, at least a small community, and I'm hoping that gives me at least a little bit of a foundation for when I do release the game in the app stores. I have maybe I'll get, ideally maybe I could have at least just like 100 people who are like interested in the game on some level, maybe 10 people who make levels or something like that. Just that amount of audience, if I work really hard for that, that would allow me, to have like some kind of like community that might help me get the game out there a bit when I release in the app stores and stuff like that. And the community will more and more like just grow itself by the nature of the gameplay as well. So maybe I'll succeed, maybe I'll fail. Who knows? We'll see. But I think that's a great point of, in order to succeed as indie game developers, I think thinking outside of the box and freely is our superpower, as Tipasoft pointed out. I think what we need to be doing more is look at these giant successful games that make billions of dollars and try to compete for those billions of dollars. Why are we not competing against games like Candy Crush? I think many indie devs just think it's impossible to get a slice of that pie. I think they're dead wrong. I've been in these companies. They have no idea what the hell they're doing. They have none. So let's go back to the tweet. Let's go back to my erratic behavior. Okay. So this is the CEO of Jam City. He was co-founder of MySpace, which you may have heard of. You may not have heard of it in a while. So I tweeted, this is the second reply that I sent. The CEO of Jam City, let's just read the interview. This is in a Forbes magazine. We expect Cookie Jam, so let me show you what Cookie Jam is if you have no idea. But yeah, Tipasoft, great points. Thank you for Tipasoft, Madman, Kessels, thank you so much for being in the chat. I think you're all making great points. I'm seeing Sukran on YouTube. So Sukran has 2 update tips for Hex stars, so let's read them. Bug fixes, like I found a bug on the shop. Instead of skins, it says... So they say that they're missing an I in the word skins in the shop. and then they say they want new powers. So that's Sukran's feedback on Hex Stars. Just putting that out there for you, Mattman. Thank you so much, Sukran, for saying that. Sukran says, can I please get the golden skin and also the third limited skin for free on Hex Stars? So they're also begging for skins. Mattman says, oh, really? He had no idea about that bug. Mattman says, thanks. Sukran says, no problem. See, we're facilitating communication between gamers and game developers already. This is a magical moment. But okay, let's look at Cookie Jam. So I'm curious if this looks familiar to you. So this is Cookie Jam Blast. This is their latest iteration of Cookie Jam. It still follows the Sega map model, although it has some meta systems that encourage players to go along or reward them in certain ways. So you may have seen games like this. So it's a match 3 game, except instead of colored blocks, they're cookies. They're differently shaped colored cookies. It's really no different than any other match 3 out there. But it was a very early contender in the mobile games market, which is why they have a big name. Tibisoft says, big names are aiming casual players. They are rarely following streams, indie sites, etc. They can release by pay ads, I think. Exactly. So that's what, I agree with you. That's what those companies are doing. We don't have that same access unless we work with a publisher. So we need to compensate for that. We don't have the ability to make ads, etc. Oh yeah, so you're saying casual players aren't following streams, indie sites, etc. That's an amazing point. That's something that I've been thinking about myself recently. And that's an open-ended question. How do we target casual players more? I've tried a couple things and have kind of failed. So I've been trying to reach out to people individually on social media, people who are interested in these kinds of games, and how to reach casual players. Yeah, exactly. So I realize what you're saying halfway into my response. So that's a great point, and that is the big problem that I'm desperate to solve. So I've tried like people who follow these kinds of games on Twitter or Facebook or post about them. I've been trying to reach out to them and be like, hey, here's my game, what do you think of it, blah blah blah, and very few of them respond. I think it seems kind of spammy to do that. So we do need better ways to target those players. But thankfully, my game has some depth to it. So although it's designed for casual players, I think the people who use the creative feature are not going to be casual players. They're going to be more like game designery creatives types that love like making things. I think the people that make levels in the game, most of them won't be casual players. You know, this is kind of a hardcore activity to spend your time fleshing out these levels and sharing them online and stuff. I think casual players are just looking for that experience of achievement by playing and beating levels and progressing in the game. So, but to reach casual, we do have to reach casual gamers. I'm desperate for ways to do that. If anyone has any ideas ever, please let me know. Tibisoft says, you are in contact now mainly with other indies who might be interested in it, but from non-development point of view, exchange experience, etc. Totally makes sense. That's something I'm working on. But what I'm saying is I think that this creative feature is targeted towards people who like making games. And so I'm building this community of indie game developers so that we can help each other out and all this other stuff. But I think indie game developers might like to design these kinds of levels. Like I'm and I'm just talking from personal experience. I love games where you design stuff and create stuff because I'm a game designer. That's why I became a game designer. Is I love making games and stuff. And so I figure there's probably a certain percentage, even if it's 10%, of other indie devs out there who like games like this where they make stuff. That's why they're making games kind of in general, right? They like making games. So my hope is that by creating this foundational audience, even though it's not a casual audience, by creating a foundational audience of players who like to make games, then I get them to design levels in the game if I can hook some of them, and then they'll share out these links, and maybe that's how I target the casual audience by targeting indie developers and game designery like people who are just at least interested in game design. So I'm also targeting not just indie developers, but people who want to learn game design. So that's why I'm releasing level design tutorials and game design breakdowns on YouTube. And I want to do that a lot more to target people. Because when I was a kid, I didn't know how to make games. I wasn't that great at coding, you know? I would have loved to have a game like this where I could just quickly make little games and stuff and and I'm building a YouTube series that will teach players how to design levels and teach them the core fundamentals of game design by making levels. And I hope to empower people to actually even get a job in the industry, even if they have no coding experience. So I'm targeting indie game devs, people interested in game design, to make these levels in the game to hook those people into the community first. Then they will make levels and share them on social media, and maybe that's how I start attracting casual players. They'll start seeing people share levels on social media, whether it's on Facebook or Twitter, and maybe that's what gets them in the game. Sounds like a plan, Tivisoft. That's my only plan. It could work, it could not work, The point is that one of the points is we need to be trying new things, We need to be coming up with the best hypothesis, new theories as to how to solve this problem, because you're right, as indie devs, we have some major, the corporate devs have some major advantages of us just simply in resources. Their resources is their big thing, and that allows them to target casual gamers very well. And so I think we need to be experimenting with these different kinds of features that I'm talking about in order to compensate for that. And by doing it in genres that are very popular, etc., with casual gamers and that are proven to make a lot of money. And so, yeah, that's my whole kind of point of view on that. Tivisoft says, sounds like a plan. Madman says, pay money for ads on similar titles. Pay money for ads on similar titles. That's a great... So, I was just thinking in terms of, not spending money, because... but, you're right, maybe some small investments will start to the foundation, and so maybe I can spend less advertising money because I have these creative viral features, and so maybe I only need to buy 1,000 players instead of 100,000, and maybe those 1,000 players will spread the game due to my viral features. Maybe that doesn't work exactly like that, but it makes sense that maybe spending some small amounts of money on ads is a valid way. And I'm trying to do it without working with a publisher, but a publisher is a great way to fix that problem if you can't. So yeah, I really want to avoid publishers because I want to just own everything. I want to make all of the money. Another thing that we could be doing is by focusing on this community stuff, maybe this eventually sets up certain indie devs to start Patreons, So imagine, instead of spending $1 here, $1 there on in-game boosters, because you're building this tight-knit community online, maybe you could start a Patreon, and so by subscribing to a monthly Patreon, all of the money goes into the game, and every month, if you're a Patreon subscriber, maybe you get certain in-game boosters and stuff. So I could hook up with the API my game to the Patreon. Getting users without paying for ads is the golden ticket, says Madman. Once you figure it out, you'll be set. Very good point. So that's why I'm spending all my time when I'm going to bed. I'm thinking about how do I get users without spending money? That totally makes sense, because that means you have a truly viral game, without having to spend money. So yeah, these are all my theories. I'm so excited to learn from them. So that's what I was saying, is that corporate game developers, they don't even bother doing this stuff. They're rich cats. They're not desperate like me. They don't have to push the boundaries. They don't have to explore more effective ways of making their games or of getting people to play their games. But by being like that, they're not learning anything new. They're not pushing the boundaries of their games, and they're just waiting to be killed by indie devs once we figure out how to take them on. I feel like I'm starting to sound like Bernie Sanders a little bit. I'll try to reel that back a little bit. I was even doing the finger point thing on the side. But yeah. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Let's keep going on this Twitter chain. Feel free to keep saying whatever. Any other, if you have ideas on this or whatever, any feedback, whatever, please let me know. As I said, as indie devs, we gotta be totally open to all kinds of feedback from anyone, and so I'm always looking to be critiqued on this, always looking to learn something new, whether it's about my game directly or about these ideas, So they say, I showed you Cookie Jam, which is the match 3, but with cookies. We expect, so this is the CEO of Jam City, co-founder also of MySpace. We expect Cookie Jam to be around 50 years from now. So think about that statement. The CEO, the head honcho of Jam City, is saying that we expect Cookie Jam, which is a Candy Crush clone, to be around in the year 2070. Just think about that. Isn't that... I read this article, and I literally, like, my mind was blown. I was like, how can you even say that? You could argue maybe he's just trying to pump up their titles or something like that. I think this is how these people actually think. It's no wonder they're not evolving their games or thinking outside the box, or anything like that. They have no impetu. They have no motivation to think about what they're doing, because they think Cookie Jam will be around in the year 2070 making money. Such longing for permanence seems jarring in the hyperactive world of smartphone gaming. So I'm glad they at least call it out that the App Store has been around since 2011. Cookie Jam has only been around for 8 years, and so much has changed in those 8 years. We might not even have phones in 50 years. This is just an unrealistic statement from a hardware perspective, from a technological landscape perspective, but most importantly from a design perspective. We're not going to be playing Candy Crush in 50 years. I'm sorry. These match 3 games are not like a core human tenet or something, They worked because of the monetization model and the nature of mobile gaming early on. But as gamers get more gaming literate, even the casual gamers, as casual gamers keep playing match 3s, I think they're going to slowly demand something different, something that's a little more engaging and has a little more depth, which is why I think bubble shooters are posed to challenge the dominance of match 3s. But the way that they're designed in the industry, which I showed you earlier, sets them up for failure. That's why bubble shooters make a fraction of the money that match 3s make. I think that they are deeper, more interesting, just as casual friendly, but they don't do well because I don't think they're designed well. And so I think that we need to start thinking about where's the casual gaming market going in the future. And that kind of relates to that Steve Jobs quote about... do I have that open? Yeah, feel free to add me on LinkedIn, by the way. Quality isn't just the product or the service. It's having the right product, knowing where the market is going, and having the most innovative products. So highly important is knowing where the market is going and having the most innovative products. So I would argue that Cookie Jam Blast is not an innovative product, and has no and this all of this. The fact that Chris DeWolf says that Cookie Jam will be around 50 years from now shows that they have no idea where the future of the market is going. They have absolutely none. Such longing for permanence seems jarring, but it makes perfect sense when one recalls that in a prior life, DeWolf was the CEO and co-founder of MySpace, the pioneering social media company that most definitely did not become Facebook. This time he wants his creation to stick around. So I love this little cutout of this interview with him because it points out, it seems, first off, the author is saying it seems insane to say that your game is going to be around in 50 years in the mobile games market that is brand new, basically, at least in the modern landscape. And it also points out that DeWolf is the CEO and co-founder of MySpace, which obviously totally was crushed by Facebook, a company that had an idea about the future of the market and was making the most innovative products at the time. And so it seems like, do you not see the lesson here? I don't know. It seems insane to me. Let's go to the next tweet. I said, at these giant companies, game designers are really just content creators. So everyone's called a game designer at these companies that works on these kinds of games. Even though often they are just cranking out content, for the first year of my job in the mobile games industry, I was just making levels all day every day. That's an important job, but it has no. I'm not really learning about how to design the games. I'm not working on making them better. It's just like I don't consider that to be a game designer. Like I'm empowering my own players to design the levels in my games. Anyone can design the levels in games. Not everyone. Some people actually kind of suck at it, but they have no influence in the game's design, which is a direct copy of the currently trending games. So as I said, these game companies, they try to copy games basically, even though they copy them poorly, and the game designers have no influence on the core foundation of the game. So they're given the core foundation of the game, and they just have to do their best to kind of put the pieces together as much as they can. I just realized parts of my shirt are see-through. That's pretty interesting because of the green screen. Good luck explaining to a bunch of business executives. So again, these companies are run not by game designers, not by people who understand the psychology of mobile game design. They are run by business executives. They're run by people who used to run film production companies and other businesses like that. Madman PS2, see-through shirt band. When I said see-through, I'm like, not as in see-through skin, as in like see-through my whole body. Another thing, in another Steve Jobs interview, he says that if you're in a company and you keep hearing the word process, if the managers keep saying, we got to nail down the process, we just got to work on the process, we got to flesh out the process, that means they are not thinking about learning from what they're doing. They're thinking about inherent in the statement, we need to just focus on nailing down the process. Inherent in that is the idea that we don't need to evaluate what we're doing. We just need to smooth out the what's it called? Like the production line. We just need to smooth out. There's like something that's I don't know, whatever. I can't really think of the right metaphor I was trying to go for, but we just need to smooth out like this like business of pushing games out there. We don't need to just think about how we're making them the way we're making them. We don't need to look at new areas. We don't need to consider anything like that. BRB, this is Mattman. Peace out. I'll see you in a little bit, hopefully. Thank you for joining our stream. So that's a red flag. If you constantly hear process, that means this company is not evaluating what they're doing, as this quote from Steve Jobs says that they should be doing. Why is it done this way? The answer is because that's the way we do it here. And so I think that is, if you hear process, a focus on process, that's what that's indicating. So I really believe, that's why you see these companies more and more relying on these giant IPs. Like now every mobile game, it seems like, is if it's not a continuation of those foundational like games like Toon Blast or Cookie Jam, they're using new IPs. Like they're using Harry Potter. Let's slap Harry Potter on this game, and then that gives us an advantage. Let's slap freaking Frozen. Let's make a Frozen game. It's the same match 3, but it's got Frozen, and so that'll give us an advantage over the other match 3s. So they're desperately like making these giant deals with these huge blockbuster IPs in order to gain advantage in this market, instead of like trying to make innovative products. They're not looking to innovate. They're looking to create this like entertainment entity. It's just not good game design. It's not game design at all. It's literally the lack of game design. So we make games as game designers, but we don't even design the games. We make the levels in them, etc. So I said, newsflash, you're successful because you're an early player in the booming nascent mobile games market, and you had the capital to sustain growth early on. So it makes sense that these companies think they're going to be around forever. We've already seen many of them fold. I can't even remember their names, like companies like I think Zynga crashed and is coming back now, but there's other companies that we've forgotten about, like Storm8 and other companies like that they thought they wouldn't be around forever. They didn't evaluate their processes. They didn't evaluate what they were doing. They didn't look to make innovative products. They didn't look to the future. They just cranked out the same old games that everyone was making. And if you don't have a lot of money to pair that with the IPs or to buy the ads and win the financial war, then you're going to die. And it's only a matter of time before the even bigger companies die in the same way. These companies will be dead. I think these companies will be realizing that they're hurting in like 10 years. Like, I don't think it's going to take that long. So just wanted to say this out there publicly before it happens, in order to be able to say I told you so later, Who will replace these companies, though? Devs developers that deeply understand the psychology of mobile gaming, experts at creating long-term value who tap into universal hooks, creatives who can confidently explore and empower and trust their employees. So I'm going to talk about that in a second. So in another interview with Chris DeWolf, the same person, CEO of Jam City, he says that his favorite book. So there's been a lot of books over the years. I'd have a hard time saying what my favorite book was. Chris DeWolf knows his favorite book. His favorite book is Creativity Inc., which I thought I had. Oh. It's right next to me right here. Let me know if you want to borrow it. I'll send it to you. It's called Creativity Inc. It's by Ed Catmull with Amy Wallace. And it's a book that documents the history of Pixar, which, fun fact, Steve Jobs helped to financially empower in order to achieve the success that it did. And so it describes the rise of Pixar and their philosophy, Ed Catmull's philosophy on running a business, on running a creative business. That's why it's called Creativity Inc. You know, what we're doing combines business and creativity. And so that's what this book is all about. So Chris DeWolf says this is his, he doesn't say that he's read the book. He says that this is his favorite book of all time. And this book describes how to run a creative business by empowering and trusting your employees to explore new territory. That's Ed Catmull's core tenet of you have to trust the creatives. You have to supply the vision, and unite everyone and focus on putting people together that work together and solve difficult problems in certain ways. But it's all about empowering employees, the creative people, in order to achieve success. And so after doing this so well at Pixar, and totally revolutionizing the industry, Ed Catmull went on to Disney, which Disney was not doing this. Disney was working similarly to the mobile game studios work today. They don't think about empowering. Disney wasn't thinking about empowering their animators and encouraging them to explore ideas and etc. They were demanding they just do the same thing that they've always been doing, even though they're making less and less money off of their movies. So Ed Catmull went over there and said, no, we need to trust these people. And so he replicated the success of Pixar at other animation studios. And so if this is really Chris DeWolf's favorite book, I would suggest he read it again, because the companies the one he runs are the entire antithesis to the philosophy embedded in this book. I really recommend, if you are a mobile indie game dev or any kind of indie dev or creative person that's looking to make money in a creative industry, I really recommend this book. It's fascinating to learn about the history of Pixar and motivating as well. It's inspirational, but also it has a lot of amazing advice about how to make an impact in a creative industry. I think that, again, we're not seeing anything innovative in the mobile games industry, at least not much, from the mobile game developers that are at the top. Although occasionally, and I want to give these studios credit sometimes. So King released a game called Legend of Soulguard in 2018, and I was working in the industry at the time, and I was totally blown away by this game. So it was a very innovative game based on a gameplay system from a Nintendo DS game. Thanks, I have to go now. See you next time. Tipasoft. Thank you so much for joining and chatting with us. I learned a lot from this conversation with you, and thank you so much for that feedback on what we're talking about. Hope to see you again soon. Hope you have a good day. And so King Studio, I think they're based in Sweden or something. They made this game called Legend of Soulguard. And so the way it works is you're given a bunch of colored creatures, and you have to kind of match them up. It's somewhat it's kind of got a match 3 vibe to it, the gameplay. So it's kind of got that casual gameplay, but it works really well. It's really unique. It has all these great long-term value systems. I thought it was an amazing game. I don't know if it made money. I really don't know. But this is an innovative product that I think they at least learned a ton from by making this game and pursuing it and watching the reaction and iterating on it. I think they learned a ton. King was bought by Activision for like $6 billion. Yes, they were. That's another thing. These game developers, what they do is they raise a lot of money in order to be still in this business. Tencent is another big funder of a lot of these. I think, doesn't Tencent even have a stake in Activision as well? I can't even remember. But yeah, a lot of these game companies that are huge at the top, they've all got like Tencent money, you know, or to some extent, or Activision money, or whatever it is. But I was really impressed by this game's unique approach with a new gameplay system. They took a new gameplay system that was from a Nintendo DS game, and they found a way to make it a really riveting mobile game experience with all this long-term value and these competitive features and everything. So I really recommend playing this game. It's really fun, actually. I really enjoy it. But I learned a lot by playing this game. So there are, like, I'm not saying these companies are totally inept. I'm just saying most of them are totally inept. And the ones that aren't totally inept come out with games once in a while that show that there's some good things happening at some of these studios, maybe. So I don't want to completely bury them, but this is a King game. But like, look at King's last game, Candy Crush. You know, it was they made Candy Crush Friends, I think it was called. Like, I started playing it and I was like, this has no extra appeal. You know, it's just got 3D graphics and like it's basically the same game. So like, some games I think are horrible. Some games I think they are interesting. So I just don't want to completely bury them. I want to give them a little credit. But yeah, I definitely recommend this book. Read Krista Wolf's Creativity Inc. Krista Wolf's favorite book, Creativity Inc. And I want you to evaluate the mobile games industry, and I want you to decide whether or not they are following this approach. And I think that you will find that they're totally the antithesis, the opposite of the Creativity Inc. philosophy. Again, written by Ed Catmull, the founder, one of the co-founders of Pixar, who was very tight with Steve Jobs, obviously. And so I think it makes sense that Steve Jobs invested heavily in Pixar because this is a business that was innovating. It was led by Ed Catmull, who got this mindset. Of course, he learned a lot of this along the way, but it makes sense that Steve Jobs would be attracted to this company. Cedar, CS404, says, "Hey, I totally agree with you mostly on this topic, but I think we should give more credit to some big companies actually pushing out good creative games." Yeah, I would love to know what some of these examples of these awesome creative games you're thinking of. I totally agree with you. That's why I highlighted Legend of Soul Guard, which is made by the fattest cat of them all, King, you know, the maker of Candy Crush. I was totally down on them for a lot of their games, but this game... And actually, King is probably one of the better giant ones. Even though they're the biggest, I occasionally see them make games like Legend of Soul Guard, or they made like a physics-based Match 3 game that I thought was interesting. Like, they're experimenting in interesting ways. So I'm not saying that, I'm not giving them no credit, but some of these studios, I think I do give them no credit because they're not doing anything right, in my opinion. But you're right that I think some of these companies, they do push out interesting games once in a while. I loved this game, and I totally learned a ton from it. So I was really inspired by this game. And this is made by King, the maker of Candy Crush. So you're totally right, Cedar. I totally agree with you that some of them do deserve credit. I actually like Supercell games, says Cedar. That's an interesting point. While their player base can sometimes be cringy since their target audience is younger, I think their last two games are quite creative. So I admit, when I know nothing, I don't follow the Supercell games recently very much. I'm familiar, obviously, with their Clash kind of games. I'm curious, what are their last two games? Supercell games. Oh, Brawl Stars. Yeah, I did play that. I thought that was an interesting game, for sure. But I'm thinking more in terms of the casual gaming market, and I would say, obviously, Brawl Stars is like mid-core, a little more mid-core, whatever, you know, competitive. I'm critiquing mostly the casual game market. I think that's the one that is the most inept. And so even like this Legend of Soul Guard, this is a mid-core game, you know, it's not made for purely casual gamers, although I think it could be playable by them. I agree with you, especially in the mid-core genre, that these kind of Clash games and Legend of Soul Guard, like, there are some innovative products going on here, but I really think that there's absolutely nothing innovative going on in the pure casual games market. Games like the total casual games like Candy Crush, etc. I don't see, at least to my knowledge, I'm probably wrong, but I don't see a single title that I think is innovative or has any foresight into the future of the market or anything like that. Most of them are just clones of one another. But yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, and these same companies, like some of them are good. But I'd say again, it's the mid-core games that shine, not the casual games. But I'd love to know of purely casual games. You're right on that, Cedar. Gotcha. Thank you for saying that. I think that's really interesting. Thank you for pointing that out. And I wouldn't have really made that point directly unless you said that, so that's interesting. Like, I wonder what is it about? Like, why are these companies able to make the mid-core games that are really interesting, but not the casual games? Is it because they treat casual gamers like, I think they just maybe don't understand casual gamers, and because Candy Crush made so much success in that space, they all just copy them and they don't really understand. Maybe, I don't know. It's interesting that they're able to. Maybe it's because the people who make these games are more hardcore gamers themselves and they can't relate to the casual gaming audience. But I don't think that's totally true, because the people making the casual games don't really have any agency in actually designing them. So I don't know. I'd be curious to know why. Like, why is it the casual games that they suck at? Like, why aren't they innovating? Why aren't they? Do they just assume casual gamers will forever be playing match threes? Like, I guess they do, and I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, so I thought this was an interesting conversation to have. We're an hour 40 into the stream. Thank you for saying you're right on that, Cedar. Those are my favorite words to hear. Same goes for online MMO games, says Cedar, where they're all play to win or play longer to be better base builder games with zero strategy. Right. They're all copies of each other, and they totally ruin the name strategy. They shouldn't be allowed to call themselves strategy. I totally agree with you. I'm not as familiar with that genre as you are, but I think that makes a lot of sense from what I've seen. Online MMO games where they're all play to win or play longer to be better. Yeah. So they do that because I'm sure you're aware, but they do that because if it's pay to win, I read play to win, pay to win. If they're pay to win, and if they're pay to win or they're encouraging players to play longer in order to have the advantage, that means they make more money. So it makes sense that it kind of sucks, ruins the whole strategy of it all. I think that's a really interesting point. So again, like I'm focused on the casual space. I think that, like you said, this is happening in other spaces as well, like the online MMO kind of games that are pay to win. You've noticed a core problem with that genre of how these companies are pursuing those games. So now you have a hole that you can kind of dig yourself into. Like, okay, they're doing something wrong. How can I do it right and in a way that works for me as an indie dev? Obviously, like, we probably don't have the resources to make these online MMO games, but maybe there's a way you can make them low budget. For example, like, people didn't think I could make a bubble shooter on my own when I left my company. Here's my game, Emoji Pop again. So I made this game in like a year and a half, like, while doing other stuff. I was teaching on the side and all this other stuff. In the same amount of time that it takes a giant company to make a bubble shooter that sucks, in the same amount of time, or in less time actually, I was able to make a bubble shooter that I think rules. And they're working with like dozens and dozens of employees and all these resources and artists and engineers and experts and advertising and all this other BS, and I'm one person. I think I've made a bubble shooter that's like 1,000 times better because I've exploited what they're doing wrong, their weakness, and I'm translating it in a way that works as an indie dev, as I talked about earlier in the stream. So I'd be really curious to know what are some more of these game design areas where companies have rested on their laurels, and aren't really pursuing the kinds of innovative products that I highlighted in this post, that Steve Jobs said is really important for quality. So I think that we need to be looking more at these genres that are successful, seeing what they did wrong, like you pointed out with the online MMO games, in quotes. And we need to figure out ways as indie devs, how can we do this better as a small team or as a one-person kind of job, So I love challenges. I love complex problems. I love creative problem solving, and this is like the perfect space for me. That's why I'm a game designer, because this is what I've always wanted, even though I didn't really realize it. I want to find like what are like the big companies doing wrong, and I want to solve this problem in my own way, you know. So to me, this is like the biggest thrill. Like I want the David versus Goliath thing, you know. Like I know I made a video recently that was like where I was claiming that I was gonna like take out Candy Crush, you know, and that was kind of like a joke. But I do think that we need to have that kind of thinking. We need to be thinking like, how do we do these things better as indie devs, etc. But yeah. Anyway, so this has been like an hour and a half rant so far. Let me know if anyone has any other opinions you want to talk about related to this or otherwise or anything like that. Sakran says, I also have another Hexstars update. Tip 3, new skins and hats. Wait, I have 2 update tips in Emoji Pop. Bugs fixed, new skins, hats, etc. You got it. We're working on, in Emoji Pop, that's one of the things actually, Sakran, we're going to be working on this week is working on the skins feature. It's a little broken right now, which is why there's no eyes or mouths that you can buy yet. But we're working on allowing players to buy skins, etc., with coins that they earn by playing the game. So that is all on the way, Sakran. We're going to be working on that the rest of this week, in addition to some other stuff. So yeah, that was like my planned discussion. Let me go back. Oh, I just need to take a breath for a second. Yeah, so I tweeted that stuff out. Where is it? Oops. I tweeted this stuff out last night after having a few drinks, and woke up this morning at like 5 a.m. I went and had breakfast, and I was going to do like an early stream, but then I passed out again, and then I woke up just before 10, which is our normal streaming time. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. So that was like a lucid kind of stream of consciousness, just awoken, you know, conversation, you know. I hope people enjoyed it. If there's any games people want to play, let me know. If you got any updates on your games, let me know. Maybe I'll start moving towards like working on my game right now. I've been spending less time coding my game recently, although last week I really liked the stream we did where we played like a GDC lecture in the background while we were working on indie game programming and stuff like that. I really enjoyed doing that. We might do that maybe tomorrow. I'll have some like talk that I want to listen to or something like that, and I'll work on the game and answer people's questions or play people's games as they come in the chat or whatever. Sakran wants the skins and hex stars, the golden plus third limited. I don't know that Mattman can directly reward you those, but I will pass along that message. Thank you, Sakran, for watching us on YouTube. Let me see. Nice. Alright. Yay, says Sakran. I'm glad you're invested in Hex Stars. I really love that game. But yeah, this was my tweet. Oh, a lot of tweets. When was the last one? 12 hours ago. So I sent that one out around midnight. I got really inspired watching the Steve Jobs talk on quality as I played earlier in the stream. Let me open up my code. So usually this is like usually when I stream this stuff, I'm focused on coding and stuff like that. I'm wondering if I should maybe I'll open up like a video or something to listen to while we work. Last time we listened to Jason Rohrer's 2019 talk about the Indiepocalypse, which is like my favorite GDC talk of all time, I think. I'm curious, does anyone else have any like favorite GDC talks? I really like the talks that Jonathan Blow gives on game design. Those when I was in high school, I was desperate because I was like, if you learn about game design, like it seems like it's all figured out. You know, if you're just starting out, like it seems like if you were reading articles on Game Sutra or watching videos on YouTube, it seems like game design is like this figured out static thing that people totally understand. And but I was like, this can't be right. You know, it feels like there's more. I just don't understand games enough to be able to see what that space is. And then I found like the talks of Jonathan Blow that he gave early on. and it was totally against the status quo thinking of game design, some of them, and it totally blew my mind at the time. I was like, oh, there are all these opportunities and possibilities in games that we can innovate on and dig deeper into and gain advantages by figuring out, so for that reason I really love the talks of Jonathan Blow, because I find them really inspiring, because he thinks in a very different way and he's pushing the boundaries. Oops, let me open one of these. Okay, Jonathan Blow talk. He gave a talk recently about video games and the future of education. And I don't think I've ever even seen that one before. We could start it. How to improve education. So I don't know. That's interesting. Maybe we'll watch it another time. I don't want to do something so education focused. Making games in 2019 and beyond. So just on the slide here, this slide that is previewed it says it's criticizing like the live system in games that like cuts players off at times. This could be interesting because although I'm really inspired by Jonathan Blow, I think he's a great thinker, etc. I have a fundamentally different perspective now of games, having gone through my own game design journey. So a lot of his old ideas, some of them I think are amazing, some of them I totally disagree with, but I'm glad that he at least is criticizing these things to set up that conversation. It would be interesting to watch that, because I could kind of react to some of that stuff. He's got to talk about preventing the collapse of civilization, about how like we're not really, I'm gonna butcher this, but like now, like phones and computers in the old days, one person could totally understand them and how they worked, and now everything's so complicated and kind of messed up that like I don't know, it has like some bad indicators. Like if things were to go bad, then people would forget how things work. And I don't know, I kind of butchered that. It's an interesting talk. He's got a lot of coding talks. Looking for his like more classic talks. Games are the future of human thought. I've never seen that. Let's watch that. That seems interesting. So I'm gonna plug in here. 1 second. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you all for watching the stream. It means a lot. My hair is getting long. Let's see about cutting it. So yeah, if you've been watching me on Twitter, you've noticed that my behavior is getting more and more erratic and irrational. I think, but really, I don't know. I think I've been making changes in my life that like, I could see people thinking like, what's going wrong with this guy's life that he's like tweeting constantly and going nuts, online and stuff. I think I'm getting more myself. I think I'm getting more sane, which is weird, like the more myself I'm embracing and the more healthy I am, I think the more crazy and wacky I get, like, I don't know. I think that's why people are kind of noticing my erratic behavior, but really I'm not concerned about it at all. So yeah, let's listen to this talk. I'm gonna open it. So it's called Games or the Future of Human Thoughts. I like that idea. I don't know what it really means, but I think that's interesting. English edit. Perfect.
Sure. Hey, I probably have said it many times, but again, welcome to China, and it's a great honor for us to have you here. Yeah, we've been telling stories about you and your work to people, and I don't know. It feels like you're a Santa Claus coming here with.
How's it going, Xandra? Thanks for joining our chat. Really appreciate you coming. Let us know if you have any updates on anything going on your end. I just gave this long 90-minute rant about the future of mobile game design that I really hope you check out maybe afterwards. I think it was pretty interesting. We had a good conversation, and I'm gonna put up this Jonathan Blow talk while we work. But let me know if there's anything you want to discuss, or if there's any games that are on your radar, or anything you're working on. Sure, I'll check out the vid after. Awesome. I'd be curious about your feedback. I was talking about how I've been kind of more erratic in my behavior, seemingly, and went on this whole Twitter rant about mobile games and stuff. That's pretty funny. At Emoji Popcast. I'm kind of just grinding away at some dev stuff, some design stuff right now. Cool. Are you enjoying it? I love grinding away at design stuff. My least favorite is the coding stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna start up this talk. Feel free to interrupt at any time. Yeah, I'm at the stage where I need to create the items for the roguelike shop system. Cool. Create the items for the roguelike shop system. So that seems like, yeah, that seems like a pretty important design task to figure out. I can see why you're grinding away at it right now. I implemented the shop yesterday. Skills and units are working, but there are no items in the game yet. So I think I remember your game. Your game is like the 3D kind of runner where there's like things in your way. Is that the game that you're making? Because I always forget which games are the names that people have on Twitch are often different than the ones they have in other places, and I get all confused. And there's so many games out there. What's the game that you're making? It's the one where you're like, no, I'm making a turn-based RPG. Oh, right, I played that on the stream the other week. That was awesome. Okay, so you're implementing the shop. Yeah, so I played that. That was so fun. It's hard to keep track of everyone's games. Yes, it is. And I'm bad in general about keeping track of people's names. Like, sometimes I teach, like, youth classes how to code and stuff like that, and I tell them right away, I'm like, I know this makes people feel bad, but I'm not going to remember any of your names. I suck at names, and I know children don't like to hear that, but, like, I have to be honest, I'm like, I can't remember names. Yeah, hard to keep track of everyone's games. Yeah, especially because I'm playing so many mobile games now that people are making all the time, like, it's just a lot to, like, retain. I need to, like, create a spreadsheet where I, like, keep everyone's name in it next to like their game. I was thinking about kind of doing that maybe. You know, I don't want to listen to this talk. I want to listen to a talk that I'm familiar with that I can kind of critique more. Let me know if anyone has like a good talk, but I'll just find one if not. Video games and human condition, Jonathan Blow Braid talk, how and why, conflicts, design reboot. So he does one talk about mobile games and like kind of how they're doing it wrong, like games like Farmville, and I disagree with a lot of his points. Actually, I haven't listened to any Jonathan Blow's talks. Nice. Game design, the medium is the message is a great one. Deep work is a good one. Let me just type in Jonathan Blow Farmville. Okay, maybe it's I think it's so this is called Video Games and the Human Condition. I have seen Medium as the message. So you've seen the Jonathan Blow talk, the Medium is the message. It's also a reference to like an older like book and an older talk as well. But yeah, the Medium is the message is really interesting. I think that's the one where they talk about like how like storytelling and gameplay kind of collide. At least I'm pretty sure that's partially what that one's about. I saw that in high school and I was blown away. I was like, oh my god, like this is a new idea that makes total sense. That totally goes against like the status quo thinking, you know? Because like I think in that talk he was saying like, look at games like Half-Life where like you're trying to get to the next section but like your AI person's holding you back, or in Grand Theft Auto like the gameplay is telling you in Grand Theft Auto 4 or whatever the example he gave that you're supposed to not care about the person. Like there's this love interest in the game, and so the story is telling you need to care about this person, but the gameplay is telling you don't need to care about this person. So that talk woke me up because now every time I play a game, I see all these contradictions between the gameplay and the storytelling. And so I think Jonathan Blow is kind of saying that these two aren't totally compatible, you know? And so I thought that was a really interesting talk for that reason. Like, blew my mind, you know, has all these implications. I've always been a big fan of games, says Alexandra, where the mechanics of the game really bring you into the game world. Interesting. I'm curious, can you name an example of that? I'd be curious, like, what exactly you mean by that. That's part of why I love Shin Megami Tensei compared to other JRPGs that really mesh their combat system with the world in a way others don't. So I don't play many RPGs. I've played some of the classic ones like Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger. But I've seen those Shin Megami Tensei games, and I'm always blown away. I always want to play them, but I'm just like, I don't have the time really. But I should just go ahead and play one, because you're right. Whenever I see those games and like their designs, I'm like, this is really like interesting. Like, I think what you're saying, the way like the world and the gameplay kind of make sense together. In Shin Megami Tensei, the idea is that you're randomly being attacked by demons as you explore. Killing them, negotiating with them fits in perfectly with the world, whereas Chrono Trigger feels like a bit out of place to just slaughter a bunch of wildlife and people. Yeah, totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. So I like that. It's a great example of like, yeah, the gameplay kind of combat and like the storytelling world building is like together in tandem. I think that's a great point. I should play that game. I've wanted to play like Persona or some of those kind of games, you know. I really should do that. That's a really interesting point, though. Thank you for raising that. I think I'm gonna play this Jonathan Blow and the Human Condition. Shin Megami Tensei is the series that Persona is a spin-off of. Okay, that's what I didn't realize their exact relation. I knew they were different, but I didn't realize that it was a spin-off. That's interesting. Is Persona like that as well, kind of, where the combat and the storytelling kind of makes sense? I think Persona like 4 and 5 are the ones I was most drawn to, because like I just love like the wacky, crazy kind of story and stuff. Digital Devil's Saga is a good entry point into the series for people who haven't played as a Shin Megami Tensei game before. Shin Megami Tensei 3 and 4 are the modern mainline games. Persona is much more anime. Gotcha. Just want to look at some images. It's a trailer. SMT and SMT4 have very different vibes. Interesting. Oops. The franchise as a whole has like 60 to 70 games at this point. That's crazy. What do you think about like the modern Final Fantasy games? Are you a fan of them or not a fan of them? Just out of curiosity. That last Final Fantasy that had like a more open world where you're like driving a car and stuff, like that was really appealing to me, but I didn't really play it. But I don't know. I don't know much about these games. The video you're on is another... Oh, this is Devil's Fiber. Oh, I accidentally switched the tab. Hold on, let me go back. I don't really like modern Final Fantasy games because of their combat systems. Okay, gotcha. I think they're more like action-oriented, right? SMT4, SMT4 Apocalypse are not the same game. Gotcha. So this is SMT4. It's not an expansion, it's a separate timeline. Interesting. I really loved, like, I think I played, like, Final Fantasy 6, at least it's called 6 in the US. I loved that game growing up. I loved, like, the storytelling, and I loved Chrono Trigger as well growing up. I wouldn't go back to those games now, but... Oh, why do I keep doing that? Yeah, SMT4 games are very urban. You spend a lot of time in grimy cities and stuff. I think that's cool. I'm into that. Yeah, so it's hard to like really extract like the gameplay and stuff from like a video like this, but I should try playing one of these games sometimes, like just to broaden my horizons a bit. I've been so focused on mobile games, you know, I need to like switch it up a bit, I think. SMT4 starts you in a medieval type arena, an area, but when you get to the real part of the game, it's completely different. Oh, interesting. I like that. I like the idea of them like switching it up after like the beginning, kinda. That's cool. I like how imaginative like the universes of these games are. That's one thing that just appeals to me just by looking at them, kind of. Like I find the combat kind of. I think the reason I haven't played these games is because the combat kind of scares me. Because I'm not like very well versed in like RPG gameplay and strategy. Like I wasn't even that good at Pokemon growing up. Every mainline SMT game either starts with the world ending or starts after the world has already gone through an apocalypse. That is interesting. I like that they have like these universal kind of themes and or tropes or whatever. I think that's interesting to me. The world ending. I mean, that's how you raise the stakes, right? Every game, world's gonna end, or the world just ended. That's interesting. In this case, the urban Tokyo setting is underneath the medieval part, which is on like a giant spherical plate over the planet. Whoa. I love the imagination of these games. I need to try one. I want to play this and like let you know what I think. And I like that you called out that the combat gameplay and like the world building storytelling like are compatible with one another. I think that is fascinating to me, because I think that's pretty difficult to do. SMT4 is probably the best overall in the series. Sweet, I'll play that one. So you prefer these games over the Persona games? Because like visually I'm just drawn to the Persona games more. The idea of like going to TVs and like being in school and like some of the simulation stuff, I'm like really intrigued by that. But I'd love to play this one if you think that this one is like fun. And you said the best entries are like, I think you said which ones are best. Yeah, I prefer the overall Persona a lot. I prefer them over Persona a lot more. Although I really enjoy Persona as well. Okay, good to know. Persona is a lot more visually striking. Okay, that's what I was. That's kind of what was my appeal to me. And anime SMT is a lot more gritty and properly grim dark. They're very different experiences. Okay, cool. SMP4 has some subject matter that will really bother some people, to be honest. Okay, now you sold me. I'm gonna play that game just because you already had me sold, but now you said the subject matter will bother people. I'm in. I'm down for that. I think games need to push like the subject matter more. Like I think sometimes we really cower away from doing anything like we. On one hand, one of my kind of little rants that I give sometimes is like we like to say video games are art. They're art. They're just as much of art as anything else. And then when games start to push interesting subject matter or controversial subject matter, they're like, games shouldn't be doing this. This is bad. Like, this is awful. It's like you can't have both ways. If games are art, they should be able to explore any subject matter without criticism. I think the idea of the world has ended and is now infested with demons is taken to a sort of logical extreme. Interesting. Okay, I see. They coexist with humans, and both demons and humans do the typically shitty warmongering, exploitation, trafficking that happens in the real world. This is my kind of game. That is awesome. I love that this game is exploring that subject matter in like a serious way. That is cool. If I was making story kind of games, that's the kind of stuff that I would want to be trying to tap into, to talk about. That is really dope. Like, I think these kind of big budget games, they often they don't want to be controversial. They don't want to. They're seen as escapes from the real world, so they don't want to tap into real world problems. They don't want to be controversial. Like, I think it's kind of lame. The SMT series basically takes from every mythology and world religion and incorporates them into their monster design and story themes. Interesting again. At their core, they're all about morality, law versus chaos, and other world views. Interesting. Morality, law versus chaos, other world views. I love that they have these deep themes. That's so cool. I'm totally going to play this game. Yeah. Thank you for explaining to me this universe. I've never really been informed about what these games are, how they're different from one another, what they're even about. This has been really enlightening to me. That is really cool. I'm gonna set up this talk, but feel free to keep letting me know about this game series. I'm totally fascinated by this. Chaos is all about freedom, but usually ends up in the strong taking advantage of the weak. See, like, it's like you're saying, it's totally tapping into these real world problems. That is so cool. That is fascinating. Yeah, because I think if most games are gonna explore the concept of like chaos versus freedom, like they won't like go into the depths of like, oh look, the strong taking advantage of the weak, look at the warmongering, look at the exploitation and the corruption. Like they won't complete all the necessary steps. They just like do like good versus evil, and that's all they'll go into. You know, like it's just like these vague good versus evil concepts. Like they don't like really think through like anything interesting in terms of subject matter. You know, like they're so like. And for that reason, there's so often these games that do that kind of morality thing are so like trivial and like puerile, you know. I love that this game's taking this stuff seriously. I'm gonna close this and start setting up this talk. Okay, it's called Video Games and the Human Condition. Defining good and evil in SMT is usually impossible. Awesome. That's awesome. I think that's something we need to think about more in the real world. Like, so often we think about things in terms of good versus evil. Like, my side's right, your side's wrong. The other side feels the same on every issue in every arena. And I think it's a pretty childish way of looking at the world. I love that this game is tackling those ideas. Because that's like the real world where good and evil is sometimes clearly defined. Most of the time it's not, at least in my perspective. Morality is, you know, I don't know very much about ethics and philosophy and stuff, but like, you know, usually morality is gray. Do no harm, I don't know. Let me open up on the side here. Yeah, keep letting me know anything interesting about those games. That's super interesting. I'm going to play this talk about video games and the human condition. If I'm right, it kind of goes into, in parts, like how we're designing games like Farmville, you know? And he's talking about how do we make games that really tackle the human condition and explore it, but also how are games kind of doing the opposite, and I totally kind of disagree with them at some point, so it could be interesting. They also explore options like nihilism, destroying the timeline entirely, and then each game tends to have a unique neutral route as well. Interesting. I like that it's kind of getting philosophical about all this stuff. What's nice is that the ending you go for also affects your endgame bosses and dungeon in most SMT games. Oh my god, that's so awesome! Like, that's how you make the gameplay and storytelling kind of compatible, is by like making them intertwined in these ways. That is so cool. That's like the most mind-blowing thing I've ever heard of in like an RPG. So the ending you go for affects your endgame bosses and dungeons in most of the SMT games. Very interesting. Yeah, it's so another thing is like it's kind of silly how like completely linear games pretend like they're exploring, you know, morality in all these ways. Even like BioShock is always the example that's beaten down to a pulp, you know? Like you're always given these like moral choices that almost have like no impact on the game whatsoever. In SMT4, there are fully separate endgame dungeons for the 3 main routes, completely different final boss encounter in each. Cool, so that totally makes sense to me. Like, if a game is going to explore morality and choices and this gray kind of philosophy in these areas, like, it needs to have like divergent paths at some point, at least, in order to give consequence to these different thoughts, you know, and to this storytelling, you know. If it was totally linear, then it's not really exploring morality if everything is going to happen the same no matter what, unless that's your philosophical point of it, that it's deterministic, but that's not really what we're talking about here. That's very interesting. Man, yeah, that is super fascinating. I'm going to start playing this. I think it takes a second to start, and I'll interrupt it occasionally.
Welcome to a Rice University digital media production. For more information about us, please visit our website at www.rice.edu.
I actually didn't do completely all of the programming. A friend helped me in the last 6 weeks of development, but yeah, basically.
Ants are a part of the most disciplined, dedicated social system on Earth. Until that is.
Yeah, it's 4-3, so you know it's gotta be good. That's pretty funny.
Parasites. Suddenly,
Classic.
These rogue ants
It's so weird
no
seeing
longer
things in
serve the
4-3
colony.
now.
They're taking their
Yeah.
orders from the parasite.
It's like it's so weird, like,
let's
looking at a
back up.
square. Like,
Now,
I've
how
seen
did
old
this
TV shows. It's
happen?
like, what the heck am I even watching?
It all begins when the ants in any town USA consume the slime of a passing snail. They divide it up and take it back to the colony. This is a blunder of epic proportions. Turns out, the slime is loaded with eggs of a body snatcher called the liver fluke, a type of flatworm. The liver fluke burrows into a part of the ant's brain, and for unknown reasons, it's almost like the fluke enslaves the ants.
The square
and
works, though,
orders
for
them
being
to
able to show
carry
more of it
it
on the
to their
screen without
next
blocking my
post.
code. So this is perfect.
Any
Thank you,
grazing
2011
mammal with a nice warm
crappy
liver
resolutions.
But in this case, a cow appears. The liver fluke worms can switch the ant's behavior on and off, causing the infected ants to place themselves in easy-to-eat positions at dusk when mammals are feeding. No cows in sight, ants act normal. Cows appear, ants are in essence ordered to take their positions in purple flowers and latch on. The cows ingest the vegetation, the ants, and the fluke larvae inside the ants all in one bite. Once inside the cow, the worms burrow out of the stomach and into the liver, where they develop into adults and dine on liver tissue. They lay eggs that are excreted from the liver into the bile duct and then defecated by the cows. They don't kill the cows, but the cows become weak and emaciated, devastating herds. And all because of parasitic mind control.
You can think about that for a second while I swap monitors.
So that was like just a little intro video he wanted to play about parasites taking over ants, and he's gonna use that as a metaphor for how games like Farmville work, basically.
Okay. So, I have the good fortune to be both a game designer and a programmer, right? And that's pretty cool, because what I do from day to day in my working life is I decide what to do, and then I just like type it in and make it work somehow.
If you do game design and coding, that is a superpower in itself.
Where they have to like get an idea and get permission to implement that idea, or else they have to do someone else's idea that they think is kind of stupid, right? Because of this, I have a lot of freedom in terms of what I work on, and what I've been doing for the past several years at least is figuring out ways to make games that I think are deeper than current video games or more meaningful than a lot of video games. But those kind of phrases like deeper tend to set people on edge. They're like, oh, what's wrong with current video games? You're saying current video games aren't good. They're not deep. And so there's a phrase that I've sort of learned to adopt a little bit.
Exandra says, I was hesitant to start coding for a long time and focus purely on design, but then a game mode I was working on ended up becoming this giant thing. And by the end of it, I realized that I had enough knowledge to pick up a scripting language basically instantly, so I did. Interesting. So you were a design... Yeah, mode, gotcha. So you were design focused. You were a designer, and then you picked up coding kind of out of necessity almost. Like, it was the natural progression, kind of. I think I think that's the way that. Oh, not mode, mod. Oh, gotcha. Oh, you were working on a mod. Makes sense. I was thinking of like chat mods for some reason because we're in Twitch, so I got confused. So you're working on a mod I was working on. So like that's interesting. Like you were working on this thing just through design by modding, kind of. Yeah, and then by the end you realized that you kind of knew enough foundation of the coding in order, and then you could keep it going and become a programmer. It's a full overhaul of Kingdom of Hearts PS2. Oh yeah, so I remember that you got a lot of people on your Discord through that. That's awesome. That's really interesting. I've always kind of, since I was in 7th grade, I've kind of been slowly learning programming on the side a little bit, just because I was introduced to it young. The system I use to mod is basically like an extremely restricted programming language. Gotcha. I could see a lot of people getting into game development like that. I think that makes sense that you come at it from a creative angle, and then out of necessity and just exposure, you slowly are just become a programmer. And I think that's kind of just a natural and essential extension of like having that design mindset of wanting to make things, you know? So I had to build out the idea of functions, says Exandra, loops, etc., all myself, out of direct memory modification. Interesting. And you learned it out of necessity and exposure. I had to build out the idea of functions, loops, etc. myself out of direct memory modification. That seems like a great approach to learning programming in order to kind of implement that stuff yourself. I think that's really interesting. Like I could see that being a great learning experience for understanding how those things actually work. I think that's interesting. I think modding and stuff is like a great exposure for people to get into coding and stuff like that too. You know, that's really interesting. I've always kind of been coding, you know, a little bit, you know. I went to school for coding, for computer science. For example, says Exandra, in order to execute a function, I would use a conditional code that says, when this value is equal to 1, execute the next X lines of code. Gotcha. I have done similar things myself. I've been involved with making and playing games that have some kind of logic system, but it's really a basic logic system, and I've found ways to exploit that in order to create that kind of conditional logic and all that stuff that you're talking about. I would manually make a timer by saying set another value to 10 if that value is above 1, decrement it by 1. So when a timer decrements, spends 1 frame decrementing 2 to 1, it will execute a chunk of code that has the condition. Then on the next frame. So that's awesome. I love exploiting systems like that to create whatever you want, you know. It also means that most people won't be able to figure that out like you did, and it kind of sets yourself apart. I totally know what you're talking about. Then on next frame it gets decremented, so down to 0, so it's a trigger again. Gotcha. So you're using these fundamental logic tools in order to create these greater logical conditional kind of iterative functionality. I think that's super interesting. Basically creating the concept of a function without having functions available. That totally makes sense. That kind of reminds me of Emoji Pop a little bit. So I'm working on all these obstacles in the game, etc. But I have in mind a vision for a logic system that will give players similar kinds of abilities. So being able to set little variables and hook things up. And I'm hoping that players will be able to use these really core, simple logic tools in order to create this more complex functionality, like the idea of functions and iterations and stuff. I'm kind of trying to create a system that allows that kind of dynamic logic that you found in that mod you're working on. The mod is actually 10,000 lines of code that executes in order every single frame. Interesting. Yeah, so that shows that you have the programmer mindset, you know, in your head you were already a programmer before you were. The fact that you were able to kind of, and even felt compelled to explore that and to come up with those realizations as to how you can create iterative and conditional logic and all that other stuff and functions. It sounds like you're made to be a programmer. This was what it sounds like to me, even though you didn't even know how to code at the time. That's super interesting. And so, I'm hoping to create a similar kind of logic system, but way simpler, obviously, just little triggers and things. And I want players to be able to create this way more complex functionality if they invest a lot of time into it. And I hope that this game, in addition to teaching players how, I want to teach players game design and level design and the core fundamentals of that, but I also want to have this logic system that can kind of expose new people, aspiring game designers to core logic and coding, even without typing on a computer. I want them to have I want to create this visual programming language in a way with emojis that you draw and circuits that you kind of draw in the game. I did have a bit of experience, as Alexandra, before with Unreal 4 Blueprints back when Unreal Engine 4 became available and there was a subscription. I learned Blueprint for a decent amount of time, so I did have the fundamental knowledge of what a programming language could do. Gotcha. That makes sense. I think my biggest advice for people who are interested in game development, who don't know how to code or design, is just expose yourself to all this different stuff. You were involved with Unreal 4 Blueprints, and you got involved in this modding thing. We need more of these kinds of introductory tools to kind of get people invested in teaching them the core fundamentals of coding and stuff just by designing and stuff. I think that's super cool. That helped me identify the things I wasn't able to do when working on the mod, and gave me ideas of building things in a way that I could try to do some of the stuff I remember from Blueprint. Makes sense here. So you probably have these epiphany moments of oh, I bet I could do this, that I was doing this thing in Blueprint. That makes sense. Before Blueprints, I had a little bit before that too. RPG Maker in 2003 when I was a kid. Did learn some very basics of if, else, switch, statements, integer, boolean variables. Gotcha. Yeah, so I think I always recommend to new aspiring game designers, try some of these tools. Just make stuff and whatever you can, and you're gonna pick up all these concepts, and before you know it, you're gonna be like Alexandra, and you're gonna be a legit coder, And so I think that's really interesting. It's really interesting to hear your journey to becoming a coder. I think it's unique from most, because most people, they just code, and they're not trying to make anything really, They just watch YouTube tutorials or whatever it is. But that's kind of similar to my approach, is that I always wanted just to design games. That was my whole goal, and so coding was just a necessary way for me to do that. And I picked up stuff kind of while designing games, similar to kind of you, modding. And I didn't really mod, but stuff like that, And I never wanted to code. I just wanted to make games, and so coding was just the way to do that. And so now that I've built up these coding and design skills in the workplace, if you know how to code and you know how to design, you have such an advantage over everyone else. It's insane. You can problem solve things that people can't even imagine. When I worked in the industry, in the mobile games industry, I did some insane stuff. I made some insane progress because I know the design problems in space, I know the coding problems in space, and I can integrate them and do things that are 100 times more effective than what anyone else is doing. Every time I've ever touched code, says Alexandra, has always been specifically to make something. Me too. I think that's the indie game designer mentality, is not everyone obviously, but I want to design. This is what I have to do to design that thing, and that's a great motivator. I would never have the patience just to learn coding, alone. I guess I did for a while, but I think people are way more encouraged in order to make stuff. It does feel like that at times, where you just have these things that click, and you can make these lateral connections that other people don't see. Exactly. And then especially in industries in the mobile games industry, where no one knows what the hell they're doing, people will be whoa, it's insane. I could do the work of freaking 10 people there. I'm not even lying. I could replace 10 people's jobs and do all of their work because I know how to use coding and design and integrate them together. It's insane. The power. Coding is power, and coding plus design is even more power. I was talking to a guy on Discord server earlier about a battle royale I wanted to make, but with a vertical map where you are in a giant pit. He was talking about how he had a mechanic to punish ascending too quickly called the bends, which is related to diving, right? I was thinking about that Radiohead song. And that got me suggesting the idea that maybe the game should be an underwater shooter. He was struggling to think of a good way to shrink the map battle royale style, and underwater also addressed that by allowing you to drain the water as a mechanic. And when you start thinking about the movement of underwater while shooting, it's actually kind of similar to space combat. So you can look into dogfighting games for inspiration. That is an excellent breakdown of that design space that required knowledge of both the engineering and the design side. What a great example you gave right there, Xandra. And like, yeah, I have similar insights into people's games too. Like, you have to be able to think in terms of the engineering and the design to fully. Games are literally made up of both coding and design, you know. So it's crazy that like it makes sense, but in the industry, it's crazy that we have like such compartmentalized, you know, people. Like, these are all the engineers; they have no influence on the design. These are all the designers; they have no influence on the engineer, and they try to communicate with one another, and it creates all these problems. And you need at least that one person to bridge the gap. Otherwise, you got two people talking different languages, and it's bad, you know. Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you for giving that example. Like, that totally makes sense with that battle royale game you were kind of talking about. I love giving feedback like that, like to designers, you know, exploring, trying to kind of give them insight into their space. And you even said, like, because you understand the design side of things too, you said, like, so mechanically, this is very similar to dogfighting games, so you can gain inspiration from that. Like, that is so cool. Like, it seems like you're an amazing game developer from what I've read so far. In that game I played last week, so that's super fascinating. I'm super glad to have you as a member of our community and as a chatter in the stream. I'm looking to just attract as many people like you who are really passionate and knowledgeable about both sides of game development, so that we can all help each other out, you know, and give each other these amazing insights that you're giving to this battle royale developer, you know. I'm gonna keep playing the video. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. Games have always been my biggest passion, so I've spent an ungodly amount of time absorbing info about them. I totally feel you on that. When I was in high school, especially, like, all I would do was think about games. I'd play games, think about them. I was just desperate for knowledge about them. It's so hard to kind of learn from the beginning, especially if you can't make games on your own. I also tend to take any game I play, says Xandra, and really enjoy it to a pretty extreme degree, and try to either climb the leaderboard or somehow break the top tier of player. And even if I don't get there, I take the knowledge I gain, at least attempting to do it. So that's awesome. So that means you have a unique perspective from me, because I don't play like that, you know? I'm not like the kind of hardcore gamer. I will never, like, try to 100% anything. I'll never try to be really adept at a certain skill-based game, you know? That's just not what I'm interested in. But it makes sense that you learn a lot of stuff, and you probably can now give your insights into a lot more kinds of games that where you have to have this fundamental knowledge of difficulty, you know, and challenge and stuff. Like, that's awesome that I could see you learning a lot from those experiences playing those games like that. That's really interesting. Yeah, so me, I play games more from a shallow level and just absorb their kind of basic ideas, and I'm more about, like, I'm not even about, like, games. So my perspective is, I'm not, like, I got into games because, to me, games were just the coolest thing to make. When I was young, I was writing short stories. I was making movies. I was, even real world. Like, in 3rd grade, I made, like, a class newspaper that I was writing for a while. I was interested in magic for a while. I was interested in plays, and I was interested in all these kind of creative endeavors. But I settled on video games because, to me, that's the coolest thing you could possibly make, to me at the time, I thought, and I still believe now. And to me, it was like the newest, most huge, like, I knew I wasn't going to be able to write the next Grapes of Wrath, you know, I wasn't going to be able to write the next great American novel. I'm not going to be able to probably make, like, an innovative film, you know, these genres have been around for so long, and it would take so much work for me to even, like, become competent in them. But I felt like games are so huge and exploding, and so not understood yet, that to me I could make the most impact there, as well as being the coolest. And everyone plays games, you know, everyone's got a computer in their pocket now, so to me I just making the coolest thing that, like, impacts the most people. And so you can kind of tell that by the kinds of games I make. So I'm making, like, a general, like, kind of mobile puzzle game, and I'm trying to make the ultimate mobile puzzle game by integrating bubble shooter gameplay, match 3 gameplay into one giant game. And so I'm more about, like, creating games that, like, affect everyone, you know, and spread and positively impact people. Whereas I know that there's some developers who are more into, like, the challenge and hardcore game design and stuff like that. The aspect of games is what I'm focusing on right now, the coolness factor that really draws people in and either makes them want to experience the depths of mechanics or enjoy the game even if they don't understand all the mechanics, says Alexandra. Gotcha, that totally makes sense. So it sounds like you're really the aspect of games is what I'm focused on right now. So like the kind of difficulty, mechanical depth of it, the coolness factor draws them in. It makes them want to experience the depth of mechanics or enjoy the game even without. That makes sense as a philosophy, you know. Target those hardcore gamers who are interested in the mechanics and stuff, but make the game still enjoyable for those who aren't totally mechanically focused. As in, you're working on coolness factor, adding juice, mechanical stuff's already in place. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Gotcha. That makes sense. I think that's a really tricky thing, you know, adding the coolness factor, adding the juice, you know, like, and it's so important too, like in picking like your aesthetics, you know, like, because most people think like look, there's a game called Plants vs. Zombies, you know, and people think like, oh, Plants vs. Zombies, they just pick that random theme for the game, for the juice of it all and the coolness of it all, like, it seems random to them, but actually, like, if you listen to the GDC talk that they gave, like, the reason they chose very deliberately Plants vs. Zombies because they needed something that slowly moves across the screen. Zombies is great for that. They also needed stuff you place in places to shoot the zombies. And plants, what better to convey something is planted than a plant, you know? So, like, thinking through the mechanical space and letting that inspire the coolness, I think that's a super fascinating kind of open problem that all games have, you know? So I think that's super fascinating, you know? Makes sense that you're focusing on that now because you have a good understanding of the mechanics and stuff. I see what you're saying now. Oh yeah, I think I remember watching that talk, says Alexandra. Yeah, that kind of, all these talks, you know, I always have like these, I think we all have these ideas as to how this stuff works in our head, but when you see someone spell it out for you so in such direct terms, like the Plants vs. Zombies talk did, like, we made this game designed very intentionally with this theme. What's up, Kessel? Thank you for joining us again. We're watching this Jonathan Blow talk, and we're talking about Alexandra's game development history and stuff. But yeah, like, I love the crossover there between, like, letting the coolness and stuff, like, letting the mechanics and stuff inspire the coolness, you know? Like, we can't just design, like, oh, like, I'm gonna make this a space game, you know? Like, let the mechanics tell you what the coolness should be, you know? So I think that's a super interesting, like, problem-solving thing, you know? One of the many big problems that we face as game developers, which I absolutely love. Such open-ended creative problems, you know, that really reward you, your experience and your ability to really think through these things deeply from an engineering perspective and from a mechanical, aesthetic perspective as well. Super fascinating. I'm going to keep this playing. I might walk away in a minute to make myself some lunch, but I'm going to keep the stream running, and we're going to be coding in the afternoon. But feel free to keep interrupting me about any of this stuff. I love, obviously, the point of a stream is not to watch a video, or it's to have these kinds of conversations, you know, and so the video should inspire conversations, and so feel free to share anything that you think about with game design or anything like that. I'm just keeping this open so we got something, like, engaging us, you know, while I'm coding and stuff like that as well. So I'm going to start up again.
That helps discussions proceed without being argumentative, right? And it's this phrase, speaking to the human condition, right? This is a traditional thing that we say about art, right? When people talk about the good parts of films and novels and paintings and music and sculpture, and they talk about how these things can affect people deeply or change their lives or reveal truths to them, we'll say that these works speak to the human condition. But the magic of this phrase is that it's pretty vague, right? Nobody will agree, or even nobody knows exactly what it means. But that's actually part of what allows us to employ it usefully, right? To have discussions. It's a little bit of a paradox there. But I and many other game designers who are sort of in my school of thought, not my school of thought, but in a common school of thought, you know, we feel like games so far don't do a very good job of speaking to the human condition, whatever that means for each individual person, each individual designer. And so we're working on that. You know, we feel like games currently tend to be temporary diversions, right? Something I do for a little bit, but I don't really care about in the same level of magnitude as the things that are truly important in my life, right? And so the operative question for me is, can that ever be changed? Can games become a medium deeply important to people? deeply important to more people than like a professional StarCraft player or something like that. So let me set some context for this discussion. I'm going to talk about a couple of really old games from the 1980s. This first game is Pac-Man. I think even today everybody knows this game, right? It's an arcade game. It's very simple. You run around this maze and you collect dots. And you try not to get killed by the ghosts, except sometimes you can turn around and eat the ghosts. It's a fun game. Even today, it's kind of fun to play. It had good game feel for the time, which is just the way the controls feel and the way the sound effects sync with the graphics and stuff. But most people I know would not say that Pac-Man really speaks to the human condition, right? This is not going to be a game that like you go, oh, it changed my life, right? It was really meaningful to me. No, it's a fun game, right? But it's just about running around a maze eating dots, right? Simple game. Here's another game. Most people probably don't know what this is. Does anyone know what this game is without reading the caption? No. It's a game called Impossible Mission. First platform it was released for was a Commodore 64, and it's a James Bond kind of game where you're infiltrating a evil genius's underground fortress to like stop a nuclear launch or something like that. This was pretty much the Halo of 1984 or something like that. In addition to being very ugly, though, by modern standards, it's also kind of unplayable by modern standards. You kind of take these elevators around, and you're trying to reach these obstacles on the level so you can like search them and find things, and you're trying to jump over these robots that shoot lightning out. And so it's all this like pixel-perfect jumping and not falling into the gap and things like that. Which video games of today still use once in a while, but this game is like 100% pixel-perfect jumping, and you get fried, and you have to restart at the save point and do all this hard stuff over again. It's all these things that, since then, us video game designers have learned not to do, because when you make things really difficult, when you throw a bunch of challenge at the player, but they can see that the thing you're challenging them with is relatively meaningless, like jumping over these stupid robots, then they tend to just stop caring about it very quickly, right? Now, the reason people loved this game back then is because this was new. Like, wow, I'd never played a game where I, can pretend I'm James Bond and infiltrate this mountain fortress. But now we've played so many, I would say, better video games that nobody wants to go back and play this, right? So in the couple of decades since then, game designers as a community have learned some best practices to help them make games that are either more playable and more enjoyable by a wider audience than something like Impossible Mission, or things that are larger and more intricate and deeper than Pac-Man, right? And if I were to write out the full list of what game designers have figured out, it would be many, many pages. I mean, I could probably write books on it. Not that I would ever want to, but I've sort of picked 4 of the major things that all of you guys are going to recognize, assuming you've ever played a video game, right? The first thing that we learn to do is put story in a game in a very concrete, progressing way, right? The story of Impossible Mission is like, hey, you're a secret agent and you're trying to infiltrate this fortress, but that story doesn't progress. There's no plot points or anything. It's just you're trying to do this, and then you eventually solve enough puzzles and win the game. Humans like to hear stories. Stories have a magnetism. We want to know what happens next. And what game designers have learned to do is take that desire to find out what happens next and help use it kind of as a rope to pull you along through a video game. Now, in addition to pulling you through the game, it has this secondary function, which is to justify what you're doing with a fictional excuse. If you play old school first-person shooters like Doom or games like that, really literally at the dawn of the first-person shooter, the way it would work is you're running around shooting a bunch of monsters, and you're trying to get to the end of the level, and you run into a door, and it's a red door. And you know that to get through the red door, you need to find the red card key, right? And so you go find that, and you go open the door, and you keep going, and eventually there's a blue door, and you know you need to find the blue card key, right? And that was literally the way these games were paced. For a while after that is just there's these relatively arbitrary game mechanical things preventing you from progressing. Now there's a green door, right? And you knew exactly what you had to do to get through the door, but there's no reason for it, right? Now we have games like, Modern Warfare, where it's like, oh, we need to drive this tank to the next mission, but the tank's out of gas, and the guys are like infiltrating the fuel depot, so you need to like shoot a bunch of them and get in there and get some gas cans and bring it back to the tank and fill up the tank so our boys can drive on to the next mission. It's really the same thing as the red key and the red door, but now there's like this huge scaffolding around it to make it fictionally plausible and to try to make it engrossing, right? Another thing we've learned to do is add a bunch of eye candy and ear candy, like nice sound effects, to games, because human beings like visual and oral stimulation, aural stimulation. And often the more of that, the better, even if it's subtle, even if you're looking at a game that's just a beautiful vista or something. It doesn't have to be explosions and bright fireworks going off everywhere, although many games take that approach, right? The more of that we have and the better synced it is to the sound effects, the more compelling the game ends up being. The third thing is how we keep people playing, which is not only do they have a long-term goal that helps them make sense of what they're trying to do, but you break that up into little bite-sized goals. So it doesn't feel like I'm trying to do this epic thing that I don't ever know when I'm going to accomplish it because I have a nearer step, right? So maybe, I don't know, the tank mission isn't a very good one because first-person shooter missions aren't this long, but just imagine that it was an hour-long mission and getting the gas can was the half-hour point, but there was like a 5-minute point of like, your first waypoint is to get up on the tower and scout out where the enemies are. Then you've got to go find the key, and then you've got to get open the warehouse, right? So you add these goals where the player always knows what they can do next, and it's a relatively easy thing. It feels well within their reach. And this keeps people playing. It's like, just one more level, or if I just do this next thing, I'll be in a good spot so that when I save and go to bed and wake up tomorrow, I'll be in a totally good position to keep going. And then, of course, they do that one thing, and then there's just one more next thing just within their reach now. And so they keep going, and you pull them through the game that way. And so the last thing I want to highlight here is this feeling of constant improvement that we've added to games, which comes in many guises. Probably the most familiar one is in role-playing games where your character has experience points, and you get enough of those, and his stats goes up, right? But that's actually a more Byzantine version of just score that we used to have in arcade games, right? Score provided a feeling of constant improvement because you could play again to get a better score, and usually that would work. But now instead of having it be a player skill thing, it's what we call an avatar skill thing, which means it's more of a fictional thing in the game. So you're not improving your own skills, you're improving the fictional skills of something in the game world. You're learning new spells, you're getting more gold pieces, you're getting awesome magic items that like glow with fire, lots of eye candy when you run around with them, right? So hopefully all of that makes sense to everybody, and there's no surprises there. Now, to segue into the next part of the talk, I think it's important to say that this kind of collection and hoarding mechanism, which we see in RPGs originally, but it's starting to spread into a lot of different game types, especially casual games, is the way those rewards are scheduled. We tend to do it with things. If they're not exactly a Skinner box, they very closely resemble a Skinner box. And in case you don't know what a Skinner box is, it's something like this. It's an experimental setup where you have a mouse living in a box, and he can't get out. And every once in a while, some kind of stimulus plays, like a light goes off or a sound happens or whatever. And during those periods, if the mouse hits a lever, then a food pellet will come out, which whether it's delicious or whether he's just really hungry, I don't know. But then he learns that, right? And it's a way of training the mouse to perform this activity of hitting the lever when a stimulus occurs. And the interesting thing about Skinner boxes is if you give somebody a predictable reward, then the behavior is less well trained than if you give them a randomized reward, right? So if every time the light goes on and the mouse hits the pellet once, or hits the lever once and the food pellet comes out, that kind of works. You can train the mouse to hit the lever, but if he has to hit the lever an unknown amount of times, like a random number between 1 and 10, you're going to really train that mouse to compulsively press this lever when a stimulus happens, right? And probably most of you, and in case you want to like shock the mouse or something, there's like an electric floor. I guess that's if you're really pissed off that he's not learning to press the lever. You can do a bunch of different experiments. Anyway. You're probably more familiar with Skinner boxes in this kind of context where they don't have electric shock floors. But a slot machine is almost exactly a Skinner box in that it has a randomized reward schedule that's optimized to get you to put as many coins as possible into the slot machine. Or you might be more familiar with them in this context, which is a dungeon crawler type of RPG, where every time you open a barrel or a crate, there's an unknown quantity of treasure inside. It might be completely empty. It might just have a couple of gold pieces and you're like, but it might have like 10 gold pieces and you're like, oh, awesome. I'm really on my way to buying that next level of sword. So anyway, this game design best practices set here is going to be so useful to refer back to that I'm going to put it in a toolbox so I can carry it with us through the rest of the talk. But just remember what this stands for. This is all the good stuff that game designers have learned to do to make games compelling to play and more appealing to more people than the old style games used to be. So how did we arrive? How do we know these are best practices, right? How did we learn these? There are two ways. One of the ways is very natural, and it's just this process of evolving inspiration that happens in the game designer community. Most people who want to design games are doing it because they like video games, right? So they have some particular game that they really liked a lot, and they're like, oh, that game was cool, but you know what? It would be even cooler, like if the gun was bigger or something, right? I mean, that's not a very, actually a real one is it would be really cool if you not only shot people, but you could shoot people with the gun, and you would like stake them to the wall so they're hanging on the wall afterward, right? Does anyone know that game? Yes. I don't know. Someone say something else. It was Painkiller did it originally. Maybe somebody did it before Painkiller, but I don't know what game it is if they did that. So there's this process of taking something you thought was cool or interesting or neat and making it better, right? And that's a very, I'm going to say, innocent kind of motivation, right? It's a joyful kind of thing to take something that was there done by your predecessors and kind of stand on the shoulders of giants and make something even better. But over time, as game budgets got bigger and we became more professional, I put that in quotes because it's a word I really don't trust, we learned how to monitor players in a little bit of a better way. Because what was happening in the earlier days, even into the 90s, is we'd think that our game was great, we did a really good job polishing it, it's better, clearly better than the previous game, and then you sit someone down and they try to play it and it's like totally unplayable. They can't get used to the controls that we got really good at because we're the developers and we've been using the controls for like years. They don't understand where they're supposed to go and what they're supposed to be doing when we thought we made all that stuff clear. So the method that we've come up with for dealing with this is to just silently watch players, right? You sit them down, they start playing your game, and usually they're going to start to have problems. And typically, the way that you deal with that, or the instinct for dealing with that is to help them out. Like, no, oh, sorry, we didn't make the HUD for this clear enough, do this thing or press this button. But you don't do any of that. You don't help them at all. You just sit there and watch them, right? And it's very painful to sit there and watch them, but you do it, and every time there's a little glitch or
That's really interesting, Alexander. I'd never heard of this game before.
That gives you your
Besides
to-do
the
list
talk,
for when
that's
you
super
go
interesting.
and work on your game later, right? This is a sort of a, I will say, a little more scientific way of designing games than the first way.
Remember, Half-Life 2 had like a
cool, right? Because it
couple
empirical
interesting
observation
weapons that were
and responding to
physics-based
those
like that too.
observations.
It's interesting.
I have to find where I am in my notes because I haven't been using them. All right. Okay, so imagine I've done all this and I'm making some modern game and it's a dungeon crawler game. And it employs a bunch of those things from that best practices toolbox, right? So it's got a treadmill of player stats that just go up and up and up, and equipment stats. You can get better and better swords and armor, and many different categories of equipment, right? And the equipment prices go up, and maybe you need gems for some of them, and maybe you need gems to like instill capabilities in different weapons, and then you kind of want to reclaim those gems, right? So there's kind of an intricate ecology of these improving stats on many different kinds of objects in the game, right? Then, like I said, we'll have a loot Skinner box where you kill a monster and a random reward pops out of the monster, or you open a chest and a random reward pops out. We have all these cool explosion effects and weapon trails and like, lightning strikes and stuff like that. And we have all these little 5-minute quest milestones, so you always have a very tangible next thing to do. And we have this epic story about how there's this evil guy, the Foozle, who you have to go kill in the end, and you're the only person who can do it, right? So we do all those things. And we have a very compelling game. We know that. We can almost manufacture these off an assembly line now. But now do a certain thought experiment where you take that big list of things that I just said and take the same game, but strip all those items out of that game, right? So no big story about the Foozle, right? And no 5-minute quest milestones. They can be functionally there, but just don't put them in a player-leading kind of way, right? You take out the loot Skinner box and replace it with typical game balance. You take out all the non-necessary special effects. You make it something like chess, right? So chess is an abstract game. It doesn't particularly have eye candy or special effects. It certainly doesn't have an epic story, but it's considered to be a very compelling game, right? There's a core of chess that doesn't need anything from that toolbox that has fascinated people for many, many years, right? So imagine the dungeon crawl version of chess, right? What would that game be? And I don't mean game mechanically, right? I mean stripped down. Here's a graph. In these games, I mentioned the word treadmill a couple slides ago. The way these are very intentionally designed is we want the player to feel more and more powerful and like he's, having progress. So he gets experience points and he gets better equipment and all that. But if the monsters didn't get harder too, then the game would become trivially easy after like 15 minutes because we really pump stats through the ceiling, right? So what you do is you have them encounter harder and harder monsters over time, and the two go up roughly in parity, right? So what happens is if you graph the difficulty of the game over time, it's probably something like this, assuming the designer was reasonably skilled, where it starts out kind of easy, and then it ramps up after a sort of tutorial phase, and then it kind of oscillates for a bit. This line, this dotted line across the middle, is sort of what we think of as the difficulty of the game on average. And note that we actually don't make the difficulty lock to that line and go horizontally. And the reason is because that doesn't feel that good. Instead we set up a bit of an oscillation around this. So you have periods of intensity and then periods of relaxation and periods of intensity and periods of relaxation. This provides for a sense of drama in the gameplay. As well as actually allowing the player to feel powerful, right? Because if monsters are always perfectly matched to you, you never get to feel like this awesome sword that you got or the fact that you're level 17 matters, right? But if you feel more powerful for a little bit and then that gradually wears away, people won't notice. So in some sense, this curve is about creating drama, and in some sense, it's about fooling the player into feeling like the treadmill is more real than it is. Anyway, so while you're doing all this stripping down of this game, you might as well downgrade the graphics because that's all eye candy, right? It's not really necessary. So you probably get something that looks like an indie game, but it's all functional. You can make the same game out of all that. So after you've done this, go take a poll, right? Game companies love to ask people what they want. You go take a poll of how many people want to play this game versus how many people want to play the awesome-looking AAA game that you started with. And what you find is very few people want to play this stripped-down game. Some people might. Very, very hardcore gamers might do it, but you lose most of your audience, right? That's all I'm going to say about that at the moment. Now, this is RPGs are a very complicated genre of game, right? Like I said, they have all these intertwining things that we've learned how to weave together to create player motivation. So you can run this exercise again with a much simpler thing, and this might help convince you that what I'm saying makes sense, or it might help make the model make more sense, right? So think about slot machines again. Imagine doing this same stripping down process to a slot machine, right? So you get rid of all the flashing lights and ringing bells and sounds and stuff. And you also get rid of the Skinner
I
box.
love your
right?
in your
So you get rid
video
of
you
that
say
reward
insert get
schedule I was
art
talking
here.
about.
I do that
So
all the time. That's
you don't
really
actually
funny.
ever win any money from this slot machine, and just to make it fair, you don't put any coins in either. And it's actually better because now you don't lose money ever, whereas with a real slot machine, you're guaranteed to lose money over time. So this is a 100% improvement over the traditional slot machine functionally, right? So all that happens now, we've gotten rid of all these things, so it's a relatively plain looking box with still the dials in there with different shapes on it, and you pull the lever and the shapes spin, and either they match and the slot machine says, hey, you won, or they don't match and the slot machine says, oh, you didn't win, right? But whether you win or didn't win, you don't win anything, and you don't lose anything. So how many people would play that slot machine, right? You might.
When I was working in the industry, the engineers would always make us so like any new obstacle, because I worked on bubble shooters similar to Emoji Pop, and whenever they made a new obstacle, it always was like Chuck Norris's face or something like that, you know. Oh, yeah, I love placeholder art. You can get really creative with placeholder art. It's pretty fun, and it's not that much work.
Play with it for a second as a novelty, but it's not something that people are going to be mobbing into casinos to play.
What's up, Matt? Man, thanks for coming back. Stream is going well. I had a really interesting discussion with Exandra about we're talking about Shin Megami Tensei and Exandra's their history of how they got into game development, and welcome back, this is Exandra, and how they like learned coding kind of through modding and RPG Maker and some just exposure, and how they weren't like pursuing coding, but it ended up being like something that they learned kind of, and now they're making this awesome game, which I was checking out too. We played this game last week on the stream, and I was super impressed by it. It already looks like visually like better, you know. Like I know you're still got a lot of placeholder stuff, but like I could see where you're going a little bit with the style. At least like it looks cool, more pleasant on the eyes and stuff. And they were implementing their shop system. So Exandra on YouTube, you got 1.7 thousand subscribers. That's amazing. And guessing you got a lot of support because of your Kingdom Hearts stuff. Oh yeah, I remember her games as Matt Man. Nice. Yeah. Stream's going good though. I just popped open this. This is an example of the difference of 1 month of dev on the visuals. Sweet. Ooh. Nice. I like it. How long do you plan to work on it for? Says Mattman. I like it. Yeah, I really liked like these like logos really popping. I like the gem visuals so far. Long-term project, probably a few years. Cool. I like that you're dedicated. And so yeah, Xandra was talking about how much they love like the Shin Megami Tensei games, and we were also talking about like how they explore like the subject matter they explore and stuff too, as well as the gameplay and how those kind of work together. And I thought that was a really interesting conversation. Are you planning on any kind of narrative for this game? I was curious. Water versus blueberry pineapple punch. Oh, I see. These are the updated visuals. Interesting. Oops. Why did it close? Yeah, so this is like more pixely. I think this looks appealing too, though. And then this. Wait, which one's the current version? Is it the first half or the second half? Or oh, this is like the shop system, right? I love the zoom in. Gives me an anime Pokemon vibe. Second one is current. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's more pixely. It's got like it's got like if this was like your first version, it looks good too. These are both just a combat screen. Okay, I like the font up here. That makes me like, you can tell a lot about the font that someone uses. I could see like this style kind of permeating through the art as well, like that kind of like slick RPG style. Interesting. And this is only 1 month of work. That's crazy. With everything you're doing as well. I put a massive amount of juice into the weakness hits to try to really sell the impact. Okay, that makes sense from like a gameplay perspective. That makes sense for understanding that. And selling the effect of it. Like Mattman pointed out. Yeah, that's sick. I'm really curious what the final art's gonna be looking like for these creatures and stuff. These are both just a combat screen. Not really narrative, but there will be lore and world building. Cool. Interesting. Yeah, it looks unique so far. And like we played the gameplay last time, and I was totally in love with it. Yeah, so I was just eating, and I wanted to code, so I wanted to start regularly. I wanted to start streaming more throughout the day, even though my viewers drop off. I don't have that many viewers, but like it's hard for me to get people to watch in the afternoons as much. But I'm like, I should start streaming all day, you know. And so I was gonna try to do that and just code in the afternoon on the stream. Maybe I won't always do that, but maybe today I kind of feel like it. The difficulty scaling on this is gonna be interesting, says Alexandra. I'm curious to see how crazy it gets with all the modifiers enabled and AI maxed out. Curious to see how crazy it gets with the modifiers enabled and AI maxed out. Oh, I see. So like as things scale, I see. It might be you're trying to figure out like how it's gonna scale with the difficulty as like the modifiers get bigger and AI gets maxed out. Okay, interesting. That sounds like an interesting design problem. Like maybe you'll find like a creative solution to that, or maybe you'll figure out how to scale it like normally, you know. But like maybe there's like some like random idea that will like kind of impact like the design of the game like after the beginning or something. Mammon says, I drop off in the afternoon. Sorry, you know I support you. Hey, no worries at all. I'm just saying, like, yeah, in general, like, not just you, just in general, it's hard to, like, get attention in the afternoons. Like, even on Mondays when I stream. That's why I stream in the mornings on Mondays, especially, because, like, it seems like people are more engaged then, and then afterwards it's like, yeah, no fault to you at all, Matt, man. Like, seriously, I owe you so much. Alexandra says, when I first started playtesting the game, I had the AI set to max difficulty, and people got annihilated. Gotcha. It makes sense you want players to have like a positive beginning experience so that they get invested and want to get invested in the long term. Alexander says, whenever you complete a run, you pick one of 3 modifiers to add to the game. Okay, so that's how you're kind of making it like a long-term experience. That's interesting. I like that concept of kind of like playing these runs and you have the like this overarching long-term like kind of progression. Are you going to release this for mobile at all? I have the solution. I just need to see how it actually plays out. Cool. Excited to just like see it. I'm really excited to keep following your progress on this, Alexandra. Yeah, I'm curious. Are you going to release this for mobile? Or just like Steam, because I feel like this could be like a fun mobile experience. Like there could be like short play sessions, and like it's got long-term value in it. It seems not mobile, but probably tablet. Right? I think I asked you that before. Actually, cool. Gotcha. I don't know, like. Would you consider mobile though? Because I mean, if you're gonna put it on tablet, like unless you think the buttons are kind of too small or something like that, like maybe you might as well put it on mobile. But I'm like obviously you know your game. I always tell people things like I always get feedback from them. Always like you know your game way more than me, obviously. I want to see your Kingdom Hearts mod. I might try to get it on mobile, but it's really not a mobile-friendly game unless you have a tablet-sized screen. I have to make a new UI for mobile. Okay, that's what I was wondering. That makes sense. Do you have videos of your Kingdom Hearts mod? This mod has more content than most full games. Interesting. I might not play it now just because I want to eat my food and do some coding and stuff, but I would, if you're down, I would love to like play this on another stream. I like that you documented all this out, and I could see like hardcore fans would be like, of like Kingdom Hearts would be like really into this and stuff. It's a totally different game to the original. I overhauled every gameplay system, and yeah, you can stream it if you'd like. Sweet, I would love to stream it sometime. I love playing the games and things that are created from the community. Spirit Link, I love that you're like, I love the idea of like reimagining like games and you're able to mod them. Like that's so interesting. Like I think that's like such a unique property of games that doesn't exist in the same way in other media, you know? Like you could like make your own cut of a movie, but it's not the same, you know? Like you're like basically making a new product by modding this game. That's so interesting. There's a lot of stuff that's not documented as well, otherwise the document would be like 30 pages. Gotcha. Side quests, post game. And this was smart of you. Maybe you weren't doing it to get an audience, but one of the things I said that indie devs that like in my tweet rant I was talking about earlier, like one of the things that I mentioned was that the devs that will really challenge these giant companies, one of the traits that they'll have is they're going to be able to tap into these universal hooks. So you tapped into a huge, really passionate fan base, you know, and I think that's really smart to do that. Obviously, you did it probably just out of passion yourself, but like, I think that's really good. I think we need to be thinking more like that rock paper scissors game we played recently. Like, everyone knows rock paper scissors. That's something that that's a game we all play. So it's so smart for that person that made that game to be to do their own take on it, and then like there's this hook that everyone has. We all have a relationship with the game rock paper scissors, even though we don't really think about it that often. And yeah, and so as you said, the Kingdom Hearts fan base is super passionate, and like I know almost nothing about those games. I'm not interested in them really, but you gotta respect the community that those games have built. That is awesome, and they're really unique games as well. Obviously, I know nothing about them almost, but that's really interesting and super cool that you could tap into that fan base like that. And now you got like this foundational support, you know, like you have all these people on your Discord, you have all these subscribers. It's super awesome. To be honest, this mod was created out of spite. Were you frustrated with Kingdom Hearts games? Did fans of your mod like it better than the Kingdom Hearts game itself? Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD had the laziest level 1 mode slapped on, and holy F, it's the most unbalanced, unfun, crappy ass mode ever. So I decided to make my own level 1 mode, and the mod started out as a challenge mode. Eventually I just kept adding stuff one feature at a time. Hey, what's up, Kessels? Just an idea for my game skills zombies. Cool. So I'm gonna keep typing, Kessels, and I'm going to keep following Xandra's train of thought, and I'll come back to you, Kessels, while you're typing that out about the skills of zombies. Eventually I just kept adding stuff over time, one feature at a time. Interesting. So you found something. So this is another thing. This relates to what I was talking about. Like, we need to find what these companies are doing right and wrong, and exploit their weaknesses. And so it sounds like you saw weakness in Kingdom Hearts 1.5, and you started exploiting it, and then it just turned into this whole project. Like, that's super cool. Kessel says, like a big zombie has 2 times bigger attack than normal zombies. That seems like an interesting. I like that idea a lot, Kessels. So for their game Undead Eatery, which I linked in the chat above, I think that's an interesting idea to like. The reason I like the idea of having skilled zombies and like advantages and disadvantages is that you can create like a strategy, like a bunch of interesting choices that players can form a strategy around in terms of which zombies to hire. Maybe some zombies are great at attacking, but maybe they sometimes deliver the wrong food, or that's just off the top of my head. You know better than me, obviously. So yeah, some zombies are faster. Maybe but like it's good. It'd be important to balance them. Like the faster zombies, the ones that are more efficient. Maybe they die quicker. Maybe there's a better chance that they turn on the customer. Like things like that could make for a series of interesting choices, in which the players could decide these choices and strategize about which zombies to make based on the state of the game, or the amount of risk they're willing to take and stuff like that. I think that's an amazing idea. Like, I think I didn't even think about that at all, and you found a way to kind of like create some more complexity to the game that totally makes sense. And I could see like you unlocking zombies as you go on, so that instead of being faced with all of them, like you learn each zombie's abilities over time as you unlock them or whatever. I think that's super interesting. I think this is a really interesting gameplay space. I think that's a great idea. Obviously, the implementation of it's really going to matter, but like, I think it's super fascinating. Oh, thank you for sharing that idea, Kessels, and thank you, Xander, for sharing all your work. This is super inspiring. And yeah, like back to what Mattman saying, like that he drops off during the afternoons. Like, don't even worry about it, anyone. Like, feel free to come and go. I just think I need to set up this routine of streaming sometimes all day. Makes sense that you can't watch all day long. Like people got stuff to do. Totally makes sense. I don't expect to see everyone in here all the time. You gotta take days off. Whatever it is, like totally cool. Just like. At least check in whenever you got something new for your games, so we can talk about it and be inspired by it. Like, I think that's what the community is really for. So just thought it'd be a cool idea to have it open all the time, and so that people know that they can always come in when they have something to talk about, or they want to put it open while they develop their game or whatever it is. It'd be crazy to expect that everybody watches the stream 8 hours a day. That'd be a lot. I also wanted to call out something else we're doing on the stream. Let me open it. By the way, follow Donald Trump, not because I'm a supporter, just because I feel like when the world's about to end, that his tweets will indicate to us the world's about to end, so I just make sure to follow. So I'll make sure I'm not like overtly political, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just want to say that so that I don't want to, I don't want to bring politics into any of this. But I'm just one time I was teaching a class and I was talking to a kid and showing something on my phone, and then a Donald Trump notification popped up, and it's cool if you support Donald Trump, but I was like, don't think that I'm a Trump supporter. Like, I just wanted to follow him in case the world's about to end, and he just tells us on Twitter. Like, that's literally the only reason. I don't judge anyone for their politics, I'm not like, I'm not a huge fan of either side, frankly, so totally kind of neutral, in some ways. But But anyway, just wanted to call that out. You know, I don't like the idea of like people thinking of me a certain way or whatever. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to share. So, actually, it's gonna be in Facebook. So we're gonna add on Monday. We're still gonna do every Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when we do our big like indie mobile game playthrough where we play games from the community. And we do it for like 2 to 3 hours, and we all get feedback. We all download the games and play them and rate them and give feedback, etc. And so what we're doing that I think is interesting is now we're going to have an afternoon stream on Monday. We're just going to try it out. I'm always down for experimenting. So we played this rock, paper, scissors game, which is an awesome like RPG strategic rock, paper, scissors game. And we're going to be playing it at Monday at 2 p.m. So the big stream is 10. My internet just reset for some reason, says Alexandra. Gotcha. Interesting. Didn't hear anything for a bit. I was just saying on Monday we do our at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when we do our big community stream where we play all of the indie mobile games, and we try. That's where I really try to get people to watch, you know, and talk to the developers, get them to be in the chat. So we play all the indie mobile games. We get feedback and we play them and stuff like that, and rate them 5 stars in the app stores and stuff. But we're also going to be trying to add an afternoon stream at 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And during this, we're going to be playing indie mobile games from our community that are multiplayer based. And we're going to be playing them for cash prizes. So Monday at 2 p.m., if you were to play this, if you were to be in this stream and you like message me that you're interested in playing, we're going to be doing a tournament. So it's just a quick game. It's like a really fun rock, paper, scissors game that someone in our community actually made. We're going to do like a tournament for it. And whoever wins is going to win like $10, and the developer of the game will PayPal them $10 or whatever it is. And so I would like to see if people are interested in this going forward. Maybe you guys are, maybe not. Alexandra says that sounds pretty sweet, nice. I thought it would be great for kind of promotional material. Like get the games out there a bit, and like these are kind of more multiplayer games, and then we could attract new people to stream. Also, eventually, I would like to have more than one game we're playing during these tournament streams on Monday. So we have like a few different games we're playing, and then you have a few different chances to win some money. But also, like we get these different kinds of players playing all these different kinds of games. So just something we're gonna try out. I'm glad that you think it sounds sweet, Alexandra. I also said, because sometimes I get notifications from Donald Trump, and I just want to make it known that I only get notifications from Donald Trump because I think that if the world's about to end or we're about to get bombed, that we're going to find out on Trump's Twitter. And so I follow his notifications simply because I want to know when the world's about to end. I don't support him, even though I don't have any problem with people who support him. Like, everyone has their own choice. I just wanted to say, if you ever see notifications from Donald Trump, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm only saying that because one time I was teaching a class. I'm saying this because, Alexander, you said your stream went down, but one time I was teaching a class how to code, and they were high schoolers. And while I was doing that, it said Donald Trump says this, and then all of a sudden everyone thinks I'm like a Donald Trump supporter, which I'm not. And not that there's a problem with that, but I don't want to be known as a Donald Trump supporter when I'm not. So I just wanted to say, like, for the record, I don't support this person. Like, but it's totally cool if you support them. I just wanted to say that, like, I don't know, just wanted to say that because it makes me self-conscious when I see Donald Trump notifications popping up, and I'm like, ugh, like I don't want people to think I like am a certain way that I'm not, you know. But again, everyone has their own opinion. Makes sense. Horrible Games is a great Twitter account. Yeah, I get how you feel. Well, okay, cool. Thank you for understanding. But yeah, Horrible Games is really awesome. They're always retweeting. They're a pretty good account. They make an interesting puzzle game. People make assumptions about me just by looking at my Twitter, says Alexandra. Gotcha. Interesting. Should I go to your Twitter right now and make assumptions about you, or no? I just followed you and retweeted your last post. Tweet notifications from our president shouldn't be controversial, but hey, it's 2020. That is a great point, Batman. They really shouldn't be, but that's the world we live in right now. Working on a shop system. The Crown released. I don't know if anyone watches The Crown on Netflix. They just released the trailer for the next season. I love that show. But yeah. Anyway, I feel like I'm just like wandering around now. I guess I'll go back to the video. Let me know. Again, interrupt me at any point for anything. Kessels, let me know if you got any more things you want to say. I thought that was a super interesting idea you made. Alexandra says, I think I watched the first episode of The Crown, but never got around to it again. Yeah, I think it starts a little slow, but it gets better and better. I've been watching The Boys recently. I've been hearing a lot about that show, but I know nothing about it. It's a superhero show. It's getting a college spinoff. The Boys is basically what would actually happen if superheroes got involved with capitalism. What the heck? That sounds amazing. It's really well rated. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this. I see. Okay, superheroes get involved with capitalism. I can kind of see just by this image where they're going with this. That sounds super interesting. What happens when superheroes abuse their superpowers? It's the powerless against the powerful as the boys embark on a heroic quest to expose the truth. Oh my god, I'm gonna watch this. They don't hold back on doing what they want. Gotcha. It's pretty no holds barred show. They don't hold back on doing what they want. Interesting. That's awesome. I'm like I'm not really a big fan of superheroes and superhero movies. Especially since like every other superhero movie is a superhero movie, but it makes sense that other people are really passionate about them. So I kind of saw it was about superheroes, and I was like, nope. But now I'm like, oh, it's like I like the realistic kind of takes on superheroes, you know, like the whole Watchmen thing, you know, like that stuff's kind of interesting to me. So like this sounds really cool. Like that's awesome. Thanks for mentioning that to me. I'm gonna watch this. All right. Yeah, the show's like the anti-Avengers. That is a great tagline. You hooked me just on that. Yeah, see, like, people love the Avengers, but I'm like, it doesn't appeal to me. Like, it feels like superhero porn, the Avengers, and that's just not what I'm into. But if you're into superheroes, makes sense that you dig those movies. One time I was teaching a youth program. I was teaching like a computer science kind of program for kids, and they all showed up with superhero costumes on. I was like, what the heck is going on? And it was like the release of the Avengers, and everyone just thought to wear their superhero costumes. I was like, what? Is this like the phenomenon? Is this how big this is? That people dress up as superheroes on this day without even communicating with one another? Like, that's insane. But yeah, it's kind of awkward because like in gaming culture, it feels like everyone loves superhero stuff. Like at work, I'm like the biggest like devil's advocate. Like I forget what the word for it is, but like I'm like what everyone loves, I don't like it. You know, so like at work, like everyone's into gaming and everyone's into like superheroes, and I'm like, I don't give a damn about that stuff really. Like there's a bunch of those kinds of things, you know. So I feel like I'm like a fish out of water a little bit in like the gaming culture kind of, but especially with the kind of games I play and the kind of culture I partake in. But I'm kind of like a renegade like that. I'm kind of I don't know, renegade-y. I don't know. It's not the right word, but yeah, interesting. I'm gonna keep playing this.
And more
whatever. I don't really play big AAA games anymore, unless they're a very specific game I'm interested in. Okay, that's interesting. I don't play many games at all. Like, I'll play like I'll play the big ones that come out just to see what they're like and stuff. Like, I played the first like third of Last of Us 2. I was really liking it, but I just like stopped playing because like for some reason I just don't play very many video games. I love like simulation kind of strategy kind of games. Like Matt mentioned Factorio. I'm like really interested in that game, Factorio. But like other than that, I'm like, I don't know. I like creative games, like simulation games. Other than that, I'm not interested. Mattman says, I still play games, big gamer. Yeah, I know Mattman is. I know most people are. Alexandra says, yeah, I don't play stuff like Uncharted or Last of Us. Gotcha. I like those kind of games. I like to... I don't usually ever finish them. Dev Yeti says, same. Alexandra says, what's up, Dev Yeti? Thanks for joining us. Alexandra says, I played a ton of games of all genres as a kid, but around 16, my taste became very specific. Gotcha, interesting. With the exception of sometimes there's a standout game that compels me to play it. Gotcha. Yeah, like to me, like any trending game, like Death Stranding came out, you know, and that's like made headlines and it's really unique. I'm gonna play it, you know, just to play it for a while, and I'll usually won't finish it. Dev Eddie says, actually on Dead by Daylight, so I won't say long. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for checking in, Dev Eddie. That means a lot. That's awesome. Dead by Daylight. I'm guessing that's a game you're playing and not an activity you're participating in? Okay, I've seen this like horror kind of game. That looks crazy. Exandra says, hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Dev Yeti. It means a lot that you check in like this. Exandra says, I I don't normally play shooters, but Tribes, Ascend, and Warframe both got me to play them because of their extremely fast movement systems. I've heard a lot about this Warframe game from a lot of people. I think it was Warframe at least. When you hit the right and left arrows, it changes the video. It's so annoying. Warframe is an amazing game that suffers massively due to bad endgame content and developer vision not lining up with player vision. Interesting. Ooh, I like the hologram. Madman says, I'm still digging Rogue Company. I forget what that one looks like. See, I don't play many games, so it's great to have people in my stream to tell me like what's going on in the game world. You'd think I would need to know that as a game designer. You might want to look up Warframe movements. I ended up burning out and quitting because of the lack of endgame. The kind of video is so slow, he may not even be moving. Is it this movement tutorial? Rogue Company. Oh yeah, you mentioned it's like a battle royale game, right? It's cool that you're still invested in it. So you think Rogue Company, free to play third-person CS:GO type shooter, Rogue Company. So yeah, like what do you think you like about it that has like the long-term value for you? Is it just fun gameplay? Like, curious, like what makes you still hooked on it? You know, Warframe. You can like parkour in Warframe. Oh, here's a good example. Whoa. That's insane. Mammon says, I love the satisfying shooting. I'm good at it. And the publisher made my all-time favorite game, despite so I got support. Nice. Makes sense that like you feel like you have an edge on it. You're really good at it. So you want to like, you got that hook that you want to like kind of, like I felt like that was certain kind of multiplayer shooter games growing up too. Like, eventually you feel like you're good and you have an edge and you want to like keep getting better and better and asserting your dominance kind of. The movement in warp frame is actually very input sensitive, intensive. I read that word wrong 3 times. The movement in warp frame is actually very intensive. You have to hit a lot of buttons to chain your rolls, bullet jumps, sides, etc. into each other to maintain your momentum. Interesting. I could see that making like a really engaging like moment to moment gameplay system actually, and adding like more kind of choices that like instead of just shooting and covering, you can like do all these maneuvers. Like it seems like it'd be like a really engaging like gameplay system moment to moment. Fun with friends too. About Rogue Company. Not nearly as fun alone. Free to play is easy to convince friends to play with me. Totally makes sense. That's the appeal of free to play games. No resistance. It's crazy. I like that, like even like these poles and stuff you can jump off of and everything. Seems really dynamic. I feel like this could be like a crazy like multiplayer kind of game if everyone could do this stuff. Like imagine everyone parkouring everywhere, you know? It reminds me of like at the end of like Fortnite. At the end of a Fortnite match, like they're just insanely good at building and jumping around and shooting each other. Like imagine like if you could do this and there was like 10 people on a map doing this crazy stuff trying to get an advantage over each other. Oh, so it is a multiplayer shooter, co-op based. Oh, I see. And then you can add wall bounce and stuff. The general loop is slide, bullet jump, double jump, roll, slide, land. Oh my god, this seems difficult. Interesting. Co-op based. Oh my god. There are a lot of different character classes in the game called frames. They all come with their own set of abilities and stats. I love when shooters have very distinct classes. I love playing the weird ones usually. That's awesome. Again, I have very little experience in this, but when I was like playing Team Fortress 2, I'd always play as like, I often played as the engineer just because I love like, I don't know, I just loved like this like such a different kind of game if you're playing as these different classes. And the engineer in Team Fortress 2, it was fun to like, I feel like it could really like affect the game based on like the portals and everything else and setting up bases and shit. They come with their own abilities and stats. Frames. Warframe. Ah, the name makes sense. Super interesting. This is intense. This is giving me anxiety just looking at it. Very interesting. The movement was not an original part of the game. Interesting. So they just kind of stumble upon it? That is super interesting. They added it after players discovered a bug with melee attacks that they called coptering, where you could fling yourself across the map with the momentum of the attacks. Players liked it, so instead of removing it, they built a new movement system around that idea. So I love examples like that show that games are like this live kind of thing that we're discovering. You can't just design them in your head, you know? You like put forth your ideas. So like we had the same experience with we played Undead Eatery by Kessels in the stream, you know? So this is a game that they're designing, and then once you put it in front of players, like they'll see things in the game and they'll play certain things in a way that inspires the developer, you know? Every game I've ever made, you know, my greatest game design moments come after an early playtest of the game when the player's reaction to the game totally changes my perspective of it and makes me understand what the game's really about, you know? Like those are the best moments. And so that's really interesting to hear that they discovered that mechanic after players kind of discovered it through a bug. That's super interesting. I love that. It's a good story. I'm going to keep that in the old noggin to use as an example for later. It's cool. Alright, I'm going to keep going with this Jonathan Blow lecture unless, and I'll stop whenever anyone has any freaking thing to talk about regarding any other game or things they're working on or whatever. Or I'm also gonna be working on Emoji Pop on the side. I just finished my lunch. Put this somewhere. Forgot to keep my food in the kitchen. Wow, it's been a while. Hopefully it's not on the stove. I have a muffin. Alright, I'm going to keep playing this.
To the point, it's not going to be something that, you know, state and national governments feel threatened enough by socially that they have to regulate it or outlaw it, right? Because it's become, by the time you take away the reward schedule, it's become a totally different device, even though mechanically it's the same device, right?
So far in this talk, like, Jonathan Blow, I was making lunch during all this, so, like, the best I can summarize it is that, like, Jonathan Blow was talking about, like, the evolution of games over time, you know, and how they start off really basic, you know, and a lot of the practices we use in games, we can strip them away and reveal what's underneath all of the flashiness and stuff. And if you strip the extra stuff away from some types of modern games, like the effects and like the systems, some of it, like, and if you get rid of a lot of that stuff, that's kind of just fluff anyway. What's at its core, some of these modern games is just basically a Skinner box, is what Jonathan Blow is arguing. So take a game like Farmville, you know? It's a game that's like asking you to click these timers, like, just, it's no different than a Skinner box, basically, is what Jonathan Blow is arguing. And he's going to continue to make that point here. My perspective in that is I agree with him to a point. However, we need to realize that the gameplay system is not the end-all be-all of a game. And this is most obvious in mobile games and social games like Farmville as well. Like in mobile games, players don't play Candy Crush because they just love swiping the candies in the same level week after week, you know? That's not that fun, you know? And fun is a stupid word anyway. I try to never say the word fun. What really is appealing to these games is the progress, the live experience of it, and so those things around it are more essential to mobile games, for example, than the gameplay itself. So I don't see games purely as mechanical systems. I think they're like these artifacts of multimedia, and that are integrated in our lives, and that there's other things beyond the gameplay that is the central of it, you know? So that's like the only pushback I have to Jonathan Blow's points, but let's keep listening to those points.
So all those designer best practices that I was talking about can take something that's inherently boring and pointless, like a box where you pull a lever and don't really win anything, right? And turn it into something that's compulsive, right? Compelling. And the thing is, we can do this with video games as well, and you know, not just slot machines, right? In a sense, we figured out a way to engineer our way around boredom, right? And take a relatively pointless game that's just about like clicking on things and not doing anything real, and adding production values to it, and turning it into something that a lot of people want to play, right? And this is key, right? It's about, we've engineered our way around boredom to a certain point. And I'm focusing on boredom right now, but we've engineered our way around some other things. Like, we've engineered our way around frustration by just learning how to tune games really well and doing that player watching stuff that we saw before. Every time someone gets frustrated, like, oh, I can't beat this monster, you just make that level easier, right? So you iron out all these bumps, and eventually you get a very smooth play experience that a lot of people want to participate in. And we keep doing this in video games. Just keep getting better and better and more fun, and we all live happily ever after the end, right? Probably not. I certainly have issues with this, and I know other people who do as well. I said that we're engineering our way around boredom. What does that mean, really? I mean, there's a very obvious surface meaning to it, but like, what effect does that have? What does it really do? And to answer that, you have to know, like, well, what is boredom, right? People don't like boredom. They don't like thinking about boredom. They don't like being bored. But boredom is actually a healthy response to unproductive situations, right? Human beings have boredom as a response because of evolution, right? Boredom has survival value. What it's for is you get into a situation that's unproductive, right?
Thank you for letting me know, Dev Yeti. Dev Yeti says, Exandra, if you like that game, maybe you could try the demo of Ghost Runner on Steam. If it's not a shooter game, but the movement is pretty nice. We do not hear you, mate. Or maybe it's just me. Yep, it is me. I was going to say to Batman, if you're still in the chat, Sukran is saying over and over again, please unlock the third limited skin. They've unlocked all the skins and hats. Sukran is really a big fan of Hex Stars and really likes the skins and stuff in these games, and so they really want the third limited skin and wants to add it back. Just wanted to relay that information. So you said Ghost Runner on Steam.
Lockdown lifted.
Well done.
What's up,
Soon
Alexandra?
we'll climb back
Dev
up
Yeti
to
mentioned
Dharma
this
City
game Ghost Runner and was
and
suggesting
set humanity back on its path.
not a shooter, but the
What
movement
path
is
is
nice.
that? One free
looks
from
awesome.
Mara and her reign of terror.
You need to have a solid stone master. Stone.
All Dharma City residents should remain
Solid
indoors
stone.
for
Those
their
are
own safety.
very interesting. Oh man.
Residents found outside their homes will be shot on sight.
Whoa, you can chop people in half. That's awesome. Oh, a lot of platforming kind of
A
stuff. A lot of
trespasser
maneuvering.
spotted in the area.
I like that. I like that everyone's got guns except for you, and you're the one that's jumping all over the walls and stuff. That's cool.
If you want to survive, I am your best bet.
Comes out really soon.
74 located.
What's those schools is, Alexandra?
Permission to engage. All Dharma City residents should remain indoors for their own safety. Residents found outside their homes will be shot on sight.
If you want to survive, I am your best bet.
Oh, I wish I was signed into the wish list. Thanks for mentioning that game. I'm gonna keep my eye on this. This looks cool. This is made by 505 and All In Game. Oh,
Product not yet
this is
rated.
made by a lot of developers. Without the slash enemy in 2, I think the enemy's pre-modelized with the cut. So you can't like chop them vertically or like chop them. It's not like dynamically chopping them. It's like you're saying it's like predetermined. That's like. Wait, I want to like cut them so I can like see like the top half of their liver, or you know, that would be kind of cool. I tried to cut the feet, but
Speed and
nah.
mobility are your greatest assets in battle.
I would just like go around decapitating everybody, or cut them from the waist down. I would love to cut people up and down the middle. I think that would be maybe my approach. So like you can use your sword as like a shield. So there's like a constant choice of whether like you're attacking or blocking. Like, seems like there's a lot of like really engaging multiplayer gameplay. I was gonna look at what other games the developers made, but there was like 5 developers working on this game.
Product not yet rated.
It's more a game about speedrunning the level. Interesting. Is it? It's a game where you play as like a girl. Mirror's Edge is the name of it. Is it kind of like a more advanced version of that a little bit? But way more hardcore maybe? With the sword kind of gameplay. There's a pretty large community around this. I can see a community popping up around this game. That's cool. Whoa. The bad guy from Spider-Man's in it. Dr. Ock, is that the name? It basically looks like Cyberpunk Mirror's Edge with combat. Interesting combination. The sound of the video is a bit loud.
Death.
You are right. Interesting. Whoa, that was pretty gory. Cool, thanks for sharing this. It looks dope. Close this. Cool. Feel free to keep sharing stuff. I love these conversations. That's what live streams are all about. I'm gonna keep playing this video. I'm gonna do some coding. Feel free to ask any questions, share anything about your games, ask any questions about, give your feedback on the talk, whatever. One day, maybe indie developers will be capable of this kind of design. Yeah, with like the, yeah, I don't know. Like, it seems like there's a lot of graphical detail there, you know, but like, so I always think about is indies, like, how can we do that? How can we replicate that same appeal, but in like a simpler way, you know? I feel like that could be cool. Like, you could do like a more abstract kind of graphical version of that, you know? Alexandra says the only thing stopping indies from that is the graphics. Yeah, that's totally what I was thinking too. So either like you'd have to have like Devietti says just the light. I don't know how much time they worked on it. Yeah. Oh man, like yeah, like graphically you're saying really intense. Like with I don't know, maybe someday there's gonna be like a unified kind of tool set for game development that comes with all of these kind of graphical things that you can just input and output in your game. And like in Dreams, like if you create Dreams is on PlayStation, and if you create a character model or if you create a level or anything in the game, anyone can use it in their own game. You just plug it in, like these, you plug in mechanics and worlds and levels and sounds and stuff. And so maybe someday we could do something, achieve something like that on a grander scale. But I don't know. Yeah, obviously some problems with that still. And I don't really know what I'm talking about since I'm not like a PC console game developer. I just make these casual mobile puzzle games. That's my jam, you know. They call that a game engine, says Alexandra. I was thinking like it's basically like Unity, but can you achieve that kind of like? Let me go back to it. What's it called? That's a really good comeback though. I was thinking like it's basically like Unity what I'm describing. But then why can't we achieve that if we all have Unity? You know, like why? Is it because has no developer kind of uploaded their own graphical utilities to use like that? Like why can't we achieve that? If graphically we can just take from other games, then why can't we just make that same kind of game? You know? Let me look it up again. What's it called? Because people who make assets of high quality do not share them for free. Gotcha. Thank you for informing me on that. That makes total sense. But maybe we can achieve that kind of communal exchange that you see in Dreams, where everything is public and open source. Like, that would be cool someday if we could kind of achieve that kind of community where like they're willing to do it for free, or maybe we can incentivize artists to upload stuff for free, and then people use it in games. Maybe like they get a little bit of the revenue depending on how much of their stuff is in the game, or maybe there can be some kind of environment like that or something. Again, speaking from someone who has no real experience of what I'm talking about. Alexander says you also need the skill to make your game actually run. You can slam in a bunch of great looking stuff that runs at 2 frames per second. Gotcha. Imagine if in Dreams you loaded in 2,000 models, doesn't matter, they're all available, it will lag the hell out of the game. The same thing happens in game engines, but there are no limits to stop you. So you do get indies to try to put in a bunch of crazy lighting and stuff, but have no idea how to get running. Interesting. That's super interesting. But maybe like with the constant increase in processing power and computers, like maybe someday like those restrictions will start to matter less or something. Maybe, I don't know. But that makes sense that you have to be able to integrate that into the game at a fundamental level that to make it all run smoothly. That's a good point. Yeah, interesting. That was funny. They call that a game engine. That was hilarious. Try to put much crazy stuff. It's interesting. Yeah, so I was thinking like I need to learn Unity. You know, like I was thinking like one afternoon a week I should like, because I have been avoiding using game engines all my life. You know, like my 2D games I can kind of get by writing my own engines. You know, obviously I don't have to worry about the low level stuff. You know, but like, yeah, I want to learn like a 3D engine so I can kind of maybe get my foot in the door and start making some of these like, you know, 3D games, like, or concepting them and prototyping them at least. Alexandra says, in particular, because to get that fidelity, you can't use Unity. You have to use Unreal Engine 4 or some other expensive licensed engine like Frostbite. I see. So for that fidelity, you can't use Unity. Interesting. That makes sense. So maybe that's... I didn't realize Unreal Engine 4 had that advantage over Unity. That's interesting to me. Unreal Engine 4 is extremely beginner unfriendly. The way it's always pitched to me is that Unreal Engine 4 and Unity is kind of equivalent of one another. Yeah, like there must be a reason. That's interesting to hear that it's it allows for more fidelity and stuff like that. That's interesting. There's a massive barrier to be able to make things in it. Unreal Engine 4 destroys Unity in 3D. Not even close. Interesting. See, I had no idea about that. Thank you for informing me about that. I'm learning so much from you indie devs out there. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. That's interesting. That's good to know. I will avoid using Unreal Engine 4 then. Unity is much easier to use than UE4, especially in 2D. UE4 is very bad for 2D. Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. I wish we could just write code. I don't like using game engines. Like, I've talked about this before. Like especially for 2D games, like I'm used to making games in like JavaScript, like with HTML5 and stuff. Like I'm using like, this really lightweight Cocos engine that doesn't have any like visual IDE or anything, you know. Like, so whenever I use Unity and start using Unity for 2D game, I'm just like, ugh, like it's just annoying me. Like everything is compartmentalized and like I like with code that I can just like do everything the way I want to do it, you know, and structure the program the way I want to, and it's, you know, like, so again, I'm not that great of a coder. Like that's kind of just like my perspective, and like, but I want to get out of that, you know. I want to start using Unity, just to like, I think I should have that experience. I've been avoiding it for so long. Building a game without an engine is like designing a house without referring to the idea of existing rooms, like the bedroom and bathroom. So like when I say without an engine, like what I mean is like without like this visual tool, you know. So obviously you have the architecture of the game in the engine, but I don't like Unity. Like I have to do things Unity's way. I want to just be able to freely code without some visual tool that I have to deal with, you know. To me, that's how I like to make games. Kind of, that's how I've made them in the past, kind of. And I'm coming from someone who started making games with web games, you know. And so like, what I'm saying is I don't like using the visual tools and stuff. You might like Godot more than Unity. Interesting. So Godot doesn't have that kind of visual, or maybe you don't have to use that visual stuff. Godot game engine. I think you used Godot for that RPG thing you're making, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so it's like already like this looks like Unity, but I'm guessing maybe you don't have to use that. Like the scene where you drag elements in, they're all separated. I'm using it for the RPG. Okay, that's what I thought. I should look more into this. It's funny. It's from you came from a perspective of like not trying to learn how to code. You just kind of got exposed to it over time, and like you're so well. It seems like you know a lot about using these different tools and stuff. Like, it's awesome to see how far you've gone. Sakran is still begging for Hex Stars updates and skins. That's pretty funny. I let Mattman PS2 know, Sakran, so it's not my problem anymore. It's Mattman's. Alexandra says you can choose to not do that stuff, but will only hurt your progress and hurt your ability to work in teams. Okay, it makes sense. I think I just gotta get over myself and like and just like learn to accept it and embrace it, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it eventually, because everyone always tells me, yeah, there's lots of productivity gains. It's good to have experience with not using them, but the end game is you definitely need to use them unless you are doing something very hardcore. Makes sense. Yeah, I should do that. Maybe I should try Godot. I have like an idea for like a 3D little puzzle game, so I was thinking I could like use one of these tools to kind of prototype it or something. If you aren't using them, it should be because you're writing your own engine components in C++, which I'm definitely not going to be doing. It's been so long since I've used C++ or done anything serious with a programming language like that. Like, it would be awful. That makes sense, though. Thank you for explaining all this to me. Yeah, I know a lot of people really like Godot. Unity is technically way more powerful than Godot a bit, but Godot is way faster to actually get things working, and as expected. That sounds appealing to me, because I kind of just want to like prototype some stuff and make simple kind of games, you know? So maybe this is the game engine I've been waiting for. Dev Yeti says, do you know the game Minimal Dungeon RPG? What do you think of the game style? I would love to actually do something inspired by this, but the level design is a bit low in my opinion. Let me look at that. Alexandra says, getting a model loaded in and moving with player input in Godot is much more pain-free experience in Unity. So, like, yeah, when I try to learn Unity a bit, like, I already come into that friction when I start to set up a game like that. So that always turns me off. I'm like, ugh, why is it so difficult just to get started, you know? Godot has a spicy little node called Animation Player that absolutely destroys anything any other game does for animation properties. Interesting. Good to know. Okay, I need to really weigh out between Unity and Godot. Maybe I'll just try Godot first. Dev Yeti mentioned minimal. Oops. Alexandra says you can animate any properties of a mode. Call functions from the code animations, etc. Okay, I see. Basically animate your code. That makes sense. That does make sense. Like tweening values or anything. That totally makes sense. I love the fluidity of that, is what it sounds like to me. That sounds awesome. I should do that. I might do that sometime. I would love to do it maybe sometime if you're on like the stream a certain day. Maybe I would love to do that, honestly. Oh, it's on Google Play. Interesting. So you kind of like select rooms and then you like battle enemies. So the question was, do you know the game Minimal Dungeon RPG? What do you think of the game style? It looks unique. I like that it's not making it navigational based, because I think that would be kind of a little bit silly for mobile, to be like walking around, you know, this world of dungeons. Like, I like that they just, you can make a mobile game like that, but I like that they stripped that away and it's more like just these are the rooms and it's maybe more strategic and fast, you know. I think that's cool. I would love to see like your take on this kind of game. I like that you said that the level design's a bit low. So that was the only thing I was thinking. I was like, just visually, I'm like, it doesn't look that compelling, you know. Obviously, I'm not playing it, so I'm not familiar with the level design very much. But I like the idea of these rooms. I feel like it could be cooler looking a little bit at least. Like, I don't know how. You know, I should play this. It also means, says Alexandra, it's easy to do cleanup. You can just do Q free on the last frame image and it will shred it for you. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you're kind of convincing me to try Godot, honestly. I might do that. Let me open. Minimal dungeon RPG. I like that, Devetti, you like certain parts of this game, but then you see certain weaknesses like with the level design. So I love that you're taking that as inspiration to maybe design your own game for that. Alexander says, worst case scenario is that you decide you don't like Godot and you use all that knowledge to take it to another game engine. Best case scenario, you like it and make games with it. Great point. Great point. I'm going to do that. You have convinced me. Maybe not this week or next week because I think I need to spend some time with Emoji Pop more, but one afternoon I'm gonna maybe see if you're available some afternoon for a stream or something on a certain day, and I would love to kind of work on it and like have someone there who knows what they're doing. Like I think that would make it a lot easier if you're cool with that. Yeah, I can help you get the basics of it. It's very easy to learn. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Yeah, I would love to do that. I think I need to like learn to like use one of these 3D tools because like I only think of game design through 2D kind of casual games now, like and I think experimenting with like 3D kind of development tools will expand like the way my brain is working right now, and I'll be able to like think of more ideas and like kind of expand, expand my possibility space a bit, Like I'm really inspired by like Matman's 3D games that they release on like Hex Stars that they released on iOS and Android, like these kind of hyper casual kind of games. So I really would like to, at least the ability to kind of make those style of games kind of, or do my own take on it, Godot also has extremely robust 2D tools for UI and everything, infinitely better than anything Unity has for UI. Cool. Extremely robust 2D tools for UI. Infinitely better than anything Unity has for UI. Interesting. Yeah, it sounds like they're addressing some of the lackings that a tool like Unity has. The main reason that it's only recently started getting popularity is because there's a lack of tutorials for Godot compared to Unity. And obviously Godot on your resume doesn't land you a job. That's true. Like everyone uses Unity. But for individual devs and small teams, the engine itself is amazing. You were selling me on this so hard. I'm so convinced. Like I'm actually really excited to try it out, honestly. Dev Yeti, I'm trying to open a minimal dungeon RPG on my emulator, but it won't let me. I'm gonna look into this. I want to play it again to like get a better idea of what the gameplay is like, so that I can like give you my own insights into the game. Alexandra says, "Yeah, I was super happy with when I found it and started using it. Sweet." There's some indie developers that I've noticed that like there's a few out there that I'm like, oh, I really respect this kind of developer and like the way they think, and a few of them use Godot. So like seeing that a few times, I was like, maybe I should like give this engine a shot, So it's great to like now hear like all of the pros and cons of these different things, so that I can actually like decide to like try it out, Yeah, minimal dungeon RPG isn't working on my phone, but I like the concept. I like that they remove the navigation of these, and it's simply about like tapping. It's like you are the person in the dungeon, you're just tapping on the rooms, and there's probably strategy as to like what weapons you're using or moves you're making or which rooms you tackle first and stuff. Like it seems like a cool space that you could like innovate on, Alexander says, I spent a bunch of time researching Godot versus Unity versus GameMaker when trying to figure out what to build my game in. Okay, interesting. Yeah, and I know that there's some developers that still use GameMaker, like GameMaker 2 or whatever, like, and they even have success on like Steam and stuff. So it's interesting that there's multiple options now for people. I always liked the idea of GameMaker being more focused on 2D stuff, but I felt like it was limited and wanted something between GameMaker and GameMaker Studio and Unity. I see. Yeah, so it's kind of made for 2D games, but felt like it was limited. Okay. Wanted something between GameMaker and Unity. Okay, I could see that. And so you think kind of Godot lies in the middle of those, kinda. It's got mixed reviews. Oh, mostly good though. Alright. Maybe I should just install this now. I would install it, but there's a certain drive on my computer that's like lacking in memory, and I would hate for it to crash the stream, because that's happened before actually. I'm gonna download this afterwards and start looking into it a bit. I want to get like familiarize myself with it a little bit before our stream, and I would love to work on it with you. Godot is tiny. You'll be shocked how small it is. Let's just download it then. If the stream crashes, it's your fault. Just kidding. Standard 64. It's portable. No install. The download zip is 27 megabytes. That's the entire engine. Oh my god. The export templates are 20 times bigger than the engine itself. That's funny. So you got these demos. Interesting. Not sure if I should look into any of these or which one I should. Visual Script Circle Pop demo. This is usually like the first like I usually like some kind of simulation of balls bouncing around and stuff whenever I like am using a new 2D tool set or whatever. Demo simple game using Visual Script. I actually haven't looked at any of these demos. I probably should. Gotcha. They're using Visual Script. Success. Install. I never tried the visual scripting either. I use their GD script language based on Python. You can use C# as stuff as well though. I would probably use that GD script for Python as well then. So you can delete the bubbles. Interesting. Whoa, so they're coding using these visual boxes. Weird. Yeah, I'm not about this. I would use the GD script. This sounds kind of like annoying. It looks really readable though. That's interesting, in a way. Seems like kind of a mess to work with. Honestly, GD script is more readable than visual scripting is. Gotcha. Makes sense. It's like readable in a way, but yeah, you're right. Like, if it's more than a screen size and you're moving around, following all these wires, like, that's insane. Wow, I was just learning an engine here. So Madman just popped in and was like, what is going on? Yeah, I was just looking at Alexandra was telling me about Godot and talking about the different game engines and stuff, and I definitely I was talking about like learning Unity or something like that, and so I just kind of opened it up. I don't think I'm gonna go deep into this right now, but I would like to spend an afternoon like starting to get into this. Kind of wanted to see like how it was structured and stuff. Because yeah, I was saying like all I do is like make these 2D games and like so that's because I only make 2D games and code 2D games. My brain only thinks of 2D game ideas basically. Like that's always what I'm thinking about, kind of like. There's a YouTuber called The Heart Blast with good tutorials. I'm gonna give them a follow. Heart Beast YouTube. Yeah, the lack of tutorialization I find kind of scary. But I'm glad you said Heart Beast. Heart Beast. Subscribe. Interesting. Yeah, as long as there's someone who's got some good tutorials, that's all I need. Interesting. I followed his action RPG tutorial until almost the end and then went off on my own from there. Cool, maybe I'll do that. I have an idea for like a... I actually got inspired slightly by a game that Mattman made called Color Slide, I believe. And so I had this idea, like I woke up one morning and I kind of had this idea for a game where it was a little bit inspired by Color Slide, where you're moving these boxes into certain colored squares. But it was also inspired by a Monsters Expedition, which is based on Sokoban, where you're moving like blocks around to try to get them in the right places. And I had an idea that kind of fused those concepts, and I thought I could make like a little 3D prototype of it, you know, of just like a level in this game or whatever. This might be, I don't know. Maybe that could be like my eventual goal, you know, just to make a prototype for that, kind of. Oh, they also do Game Maker Studio. I'm tired. Oh. Yeah, thanks for showing me all this, Alexandra. Like, I feel like I'm learning a lot. I'm really excited to like delve into freaking Godot. It's even got a cool name. I find it really interesting how you've gained so much insight into game design besides not being a massive gamer. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting like part of my like perspective. Like, I feel like a lot of people, says Alexandra, overlook just how much more there is to design than just game mechanics. I feel like a lot of people overlook just how much there is to design than just game mechanics. Exactly. I find it interesting how much you've gained so much insight into the game design since not being a massive gamer. Yeah, so like, I have a weird perspective of games. Yeah, it's hard to even talk about. Like I've always felt like the black sheep, you know, because like even in school, like everyone that I knew, they wanted to make games professionally because they grew up really passionate about playing games and they were obsessed with them and learned everything about them, and that it only made sense to continue that into their career, you know. But for me, I'm just like, I always want to just make the coolest thing that like spreads to as many people as possible, and you know, and video games is the greatest place for that. And so for that reason, I have like an outside perspective on the design of these kind of games. Xander says it's extremely helpful because it helps validate or challenge certain things that I have been wondering about my game. Cool, interesting. I'm glad that that's helpful. Yeah, and I'd love to keep following your work and maybe keep lending my own perspective in that way. And I never always had this great design perspective, you know, like in school, I always thought like sitting in the game design classes that were kind of a waste of time. Some of them, like I always thought like I think I have what it takes to be a great game designer, but I didn't know how I knew that. I just had a feeling, and then it took me to actually working in the industry a bit to like learn about like the psychology of mobile game design, and so that's kind of where my expertise is in the mobile game design, especially, and like in how it, like you're saying, it's not all about the mechanics. It's about like the especially for mobile, it's about the long-term value of these games. And so and then like I learned about like evaluating these different, because I was looking like what are great gameplay systems for mobile, and I was always thinking about that. And so I started about like realizing like, okay, it's one thing they all have in common is like this chance versus skill kind of balance, you know, and the moment-to-moment gameplay, and like I don't know, I'm just saying a bunch of things that I use to evaluate kind of games. Yeah, player psychology is super interesting, and basically the most important aspect of understanding how to create an experience that aims to do something specific. Exactly. I also like my perspective on video games is so freaking weird, because I don't consider games like I said, I grew up making little films and writing books and stories and comic books and doing magic and creating things in the real world that I try to get my friends to replicate, you know, like trying to start trends and stuff, you know. And so to me, I consider books, movies, I think it's hard for me to explain. If you look at my YouTube, I made this video called Art is Games. And so my whole theory is that all art media are all united. We always consider them separate. You know, books are a very different medium from film, very different medium from video games. We consider video games to be like a new medium. But I don't see it like that. To me, I think the one property that underlies all of these media is interactivity. And you wouldn't think that a movie would be interactive, but I think it is. And the quick argument I make for that, which I could go on and on about and look at differently in the different media, is that, like, imagine you're sitting in a theater watching a movie on a screen. You don't think it's interactive, but it is interactive in the sense that you're moving your head around and your eyes around to see the different parts of the screen. And normally that doesn't seem very obvious to you, but imagine if movies weren't interactive, nobody would go to the theater. Yeah, I think that's true to a point. Imagine a movie theater where instead of a square screen in the front, there's a 360-degree screen that wraps around you, so that you have to actually move your head around to see different parts of the film, so that your perspective of the movie and everything about it is kind of informed based on the way you're interacting with it. Now imagine instead of looking around a giant screen, you have a set of VR goggles on, and you're kind of moving around the space watching this movie. There are video games like Proteus is a game that came out in 2012, 2013, and you move around this island, but you don't really interact with anything. I think it's still a game. So a lot of people say, like, for it to be a game, you need a win-loss condition. If there's no win-loss condition, they say it's not a video game. To me, that cuts out like a ton of things I consider to be video games, like sim games. Like, for example, The Sims has no win-loss condition. Is someone really going to tell me that The Sims isn't a video game? And if you're going by that definition of game, that is an extremely restricted definition of what a game is. You're like basically limiting the medium at that point, you know. And so, for me, like, I view these things. I don't view them as video games when I see them. I view them as like these tangible, real-world things that everyone's interacting with, and I don't know, like, yeah, you definitely do not need win-loss conditions for something to be a game. And I totally agree with you, but most people would totally disagree with you. They see games as board games, they see video games as board games taken into the video screen. And so if there's not like a win-loss thing, like, but I think that's so silly, you know? So like that's why I'm saying like you can imagine video games, since now that we know that you can make a video game without a win-loss condition, almost anything you can consider to be a video game kind of in a way. And so now imagine books, you know? Like when you read a novel, you don't think it's really interactive, right? But some novels, like Infinite Jest, for example, makes you go back and forth between the endnotes and the middle of the book. And so it's kind of constantly presenting you with this choice of, and testing your endurance as to how far you're really willing to dig into these endnotes and to keep flipping back and forth in the book. Imagine interactive fiction books. Like I remember in school reading, like making choices and going through different paths. So that should be, it's kind of basically a video game, you know? Like it's in book form, but you could do that same interactive fiction book on in a computer prompt, and you're typing the options out instead of flipping pages, and suddenly it's a video game. Also, novels can use page location to impact your mentality. Totally makes sense. I like that you kind of have that perspective too, Xandra. And I think you could kind of deconstruct all of these art media. So in the old days, all these different art media used to be considered totally separate from one another. But now I think the rise of video games and technology has made it so that we realize that video games are like they've pointed out that interactivity has been underlying all these things all along, and going forward, maybe the reason why films and books and static art, maybe the reason why I think many people say the novel is dead, many people say visual art is dead and stuff like that. Maybe they're not dead. Maybe they've evolved due to the digging up of interactivity and realizing that these things are based in interactivity, and maybe video games, as we call them, are the unifier of all these art media, and maybe that's what the future of these kind of media are. I need to take a drink of water. Oh. Some good horror books are great at making you really not want to turn that next page, because the stuff at the bottom of your current page is getting insane. Totally makes sense. So, like you're saying, the author is thinking through the experience of reading the book by like using page, like where you are on the page. Like that's a great example that I haven't really thought about much. We have an interactive art museum in my city run by a university. They change the exhibits and theme every quarter. That's awesome. I love this. I love like learning about interactive art and stuff like that. That stuff is really interesting to me. My throat is getting kind of dry. But yeah, super interesting. I'm glad we could have this conversation about this stuff. So yeah, I think that's kind of really informed my perspective on video games. I'm not coming from it from a perspective of like a lot of indie devs. I think their problems are they want to make games that they used to play when they were kids on traditional consoles, and so Mattman says you should definitely learn an engine for like 2 hours a day to see if you like it. I totally agree with you. I should totally start doing that. I think I want to put it off for like another week or two so I can focus more on Emoji Pop and just get everything squared away so it's ready to go to the app stores and stuff like that. But I think I should start doing that. Maybe just one day a week or something, at least start it a little bit. I think I'm gonna totally take your advice on that, Mattman. Yeah. Anyway, this is an interesting conversation. I could go off in like a million different directions. It's really awesome I can have these kind of conversations with people in my chat. I really love that. Yeah, I totally do want to learn this though. Yeah, media and art in general is by far the thing I spend most time on and pay the most attention to. I totally agree with you. I would really recommend, I'd really love to get your feedback on this video I made called Art is Games. I like to find details and connections about how they are made that most viewers wouldn't catch. Another example that I use in, and yeah, I love, like, I think this is kind of what you're learning to, is like learning from like one media and like learning lessons that apply to another media, you know, and like kind of, sure, I can check the video out. Cool, I'd love you to check the video out. Another example I kind of give is films. So I talk about the films of De Palma. So De Palma made Scarface and Carrie, and I spend the most time talking about Carrie because that movie it's shot in like a standard way throughout, and then at the climax of the film, the screen splits in two, and I think they do that to increase your immersion with the film. Suddenly you constantly have this choice of which side of the screen to look at, because you don't just digest images as a whole, you know, you look it through the details, and so all of a sudden you feel like you're there because you're like looking at both sides of the screen, and so it's playing on your immersion and your engagement, so you're really engaging with the movie. Some people will argue, like including Chris Crawford, you know, legendary game designer who spoke a lot about interactive storytelling and stuff. Chris Crawford says a movie is not interactive because you don't directly affect what the movie is. I think you do in your own mind, for starters. You know, the way you interact with it and your perspective of it, and the way you're thinking about it affects the way the movie takes place in your head in a way. But even more than that, even a static painting, and I talk about an example of this in the video as well. Even looking at a static painting, even getting rid of the fact that you're building it in your head, you know, and bringing your own perspective to it and engaging with it in that way. If a creator decides to make it a static work of art, meaning the audience doesn't directly influence it, like in video games where you move people around and stuff like that, even if you have no ability to affect it, that's a conscious decision by the artist to make it so that you don't interact with it. So we can still view those works of art through the lens of interactivity. So like, there's a reason why, like, there's a rhetorical repercussions of that you can't interact with it, you know. And so it's the lack of interaction is a form of interaction in a way. So that's another way I like to talk about it. I need to get some more water. Oh my god. Except that you have interacted with it by learning about the artist's intention. That's another great point, is that like the artist, there's this whole concept that the artist is dead, and that this is like an old idea that the author is dead, it's called, and that the death of the author, La Muerte del Autor is like the original essay from the 1900s or whatever, and they tried to remove the artist from the book. I don't think that makes sense in our world, you know. I don't think we can separate the artist from the book anymore, you know. Some of the deepest meanings in some works of art come from the context of the art, and also our interactions with the art as a society affect the work and give it new meaning. We see this, I use the example of the Mona Lisa. By analyzing the painting, by doing a 3D scan of it and seeing the different layers of it and stuff like that, we learned that Leonardo da Vinci changed parts of it while he was painting it, and so that lends new meaning to it. We've learned that the Mona Lisa is probably pregnant because Mona Lisa was wearing something that only pregnant women wear, but it kind of got buried, and so our meaning of the meaning of the art directly is impacted from the artist and our interactions with it. For example, we probably wouldn't even know the Mona Lisa was a famous painting if it wasn't stolen in the 1900s. So someone stealing the painting and running away with it kind of helps transform it into a cultural icon and giving it a whole new meaning. Mona Lisa was pregnant, LOL? That's the theory, because they found that underneath the surface she's wearing something that pregnant women wear, so that kind of lends new meaning to it. So yeah, she is pregnant. There's also hidden symbols in the painting. A lot of people have this theory that the Mona Lisa was also meant to be a female self-portrait of Leonardo da Vinci. And there's the number 2, there's the number 7 hidden in the painting, which is a religious number for the 7 days it took for God to create the world or whatever. My voice is going to be gone tomorrow. There's also the number 2 hidden in there, and they think the 2 resembles the duality of man and woman or whatever, you know. So that's another hint that we uncovered in the painting, that kind of suggests that maybe it was a self-portrait of the artist. And so all these things, all these interactions are taking place, you know. Like, for such a static work of art that you just look at, seemingly, like, there's so many interactions going all over the place. Let me show you a part of the video. I'm gonna show you just one more example. And so I go into examples in games, music, movies, everywhere. Alexander says Leonardo da Vinci confirmed non-binary boys. That is a possible conclusion that you could draw from that, you know? I think that's super interesting. So this is a game that I highlighted. It's a 2D game where you're just marching to the right with this guy, and there's like no choice really. You just have to march to the right, and so you're kind of just going through the actions. But what I really want to talk about is after this, just what Magnuson actually made the game about. Interestingly, in works of art that seem totally devoid of interactivity, the strongest of interactions can occur. Take these black paintings by Ad Reinhardt, an American abstract expressionist. If you saw this at a museum, most people wouldn't even stop to look at it for a moment. Actually, this painting is incredibly and uniquely interactive. To perceive what's actually happening in this image, you have to stop and look at it for a while. After a couple of minutes, the rods and cones in your eyeballs start to line up and allow you to perceive that this seemingly totally black square is actually divided into 9 smaller squares, which form a sort of crucifix-like shape. The actual content of this painting doesn't emerge unless the audience puts a significant amount of work into perceiving it. Also, this effect doesn't translate to photography or film, so you actually have to be there in person to receive this information. That makes this physical interaction with the painting a central part of the work of art. In 19... Okay, so in that example, I didn't hear it, but Ad Reinhardt made this painting that is basically, it looks like, this is a really great example of this. Thank you for saying that's a great example, Xander. I'm glad you agree. It's a black painting. It's like the least interactable work of art you could imagine, theoretically. But it actually has intense, direct interaction, you know? So many videos try to explain things like this and use really poor examples or don't actually explain why the example is true. Oh, thank you for that feedback, Xandra. I'm glad that you agree. I'm going to play this one more example. Have you heard of John Cage's? Have you heard of John Cage's, like, 411, I think it's called? Let me play it really fast. It's really funny. 1952, American composer John Cage completed his most famous work, 433. 433 contains 3 movements of no deliberate sound. The performer simply sits there quietly for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Uniquely, it can be played on any instrument. Let's have a listen for a moment. There are many conclusions that can be drawn from this quiet piece of music. One of them is that the behavior of the audience is an integral part of the work of art, that the work of art does not exist entirely separate from the audience. Following its first performance at the Maverick Concert Hall, John Cage had this to say about it. They missed the point. There's no such thing as silence. What they thought was silence, because they didn't know how to listen, was full of accidental sounds. You could hear the wind stirring outside during the first movement. During the second, raindrops began pattering the roof, and during the third, the people themselves made all kinds of interesting sounds as they talked or walked out. Now we're finally back where we started this video. Yeah, so that was like an example I used from music, John Cage, legendary composer. This is a great example because the piece of art literally has no form until it's interacted with. Exactly, Xandra. Great way to tie that up. So like, this is like kind of my perspective on all this stuff. Like, you can get into game design by being passionate about games and loving them and stuff like that. But I love just thinking about video games and what they mean for art as a whole, and thinking through the ramifications of that throughout all the other art media. Like, I think this has so many implications on how can we think through, how can like artists and musicians and whatever writers think through this interactivity in their own works of art. How can video games learn from these interactive, because if these other media are interactive, we should be able to learn from them and inspire our own video games. And how can we put all of this stuff together? What is the future of art? What is even art, etc.? All these questions. This is all stuff I'm super fascinated by. I'm glad you are really interested in this stuff too, Xandra. So I think this is super interesting stuff. Like, this is what I'm passionate about, like looking at game design from like the farthest out perspective. So I said in high school, I was playing these, growing up, I didn't play that many like modern video games, but in high school I started tutoring and started making money, and then I could like buy my own console, and I started playing games all the time, But then I was like, there's something missing here for me. Like, it makes sense that some people love video games, but for me, like, I just loved art forms, and I thought video games would be like the ultimate art form where like endless possibilities. But I realized that like I like books and movies and stuff more because I feel like the possibilities and the way it interacts with the world are more interesting. And so I was desperate to like see video games from a farther out vantage point, and I couldn't find any of that. And Jonathan Blow's lectures helped me see that, like, to challenge the status quo view of video games. And then I started to realize as I got older, we don't understand video games at all. We don't understand what all art is when you really dig down into it. So I just am so fascinated by all of this. Xandra says, it's also interesting how it goes the other way, where you can use the idea of deterministic interaction from video games and apply it to art. Exactly, that's a good point. An example, in Darkest Dungeon, you explore a dungeon and travel between rooms, and originally there was an animation that played automatically to move you between rooms. But eventually they found out that it was more immersive if they made you hold down the buttons to move, even if the end result was exactly the same in every way. Let me read that again. So you can take that and apply it to art, where you already know the outcome you want the viewer to have, but you make the viewer do something to make that happen. That makes sense. Like, that's and that kind of creates a certain rhetoric, a certain deterministic rhetoric that you're saying. That it's interactive and has direct implications on the meaning of the art. I want to read that example again though. Darkest Dungeon, you explore a dungeon, travel between rooms, and originally there was an animation that played automatically and moved between rooms. It was more immersive if they make you hold down the button to move, even if the end result was exactly the same. Yeah, so the ways in which we like allow people to participate, sometimes it might seem interactive, sometimes it might not, sometimes it's deterministic. Imagine if a movie broke the fourth wall in a way where it said that you are about to see some really awful stuff and then paused itself, and now if you want to continue you have to unpause manually. That's okay. So I think I know where you're going with this. That's really interesting. Like, so like I think part of where you're going with this maybe is also like these other art media that we don't consider video games, whatever those are. You're saying like there could be other inputs into that we can directly affect kind of the like, even if it's in a deterministic way. Like, you're saying that there's possibilities for interaction, even if they're somewhat deterministic, some of them. I think that's kind of where you're going with that too, right? I think that's super interesting. Inputs that don't affect the actual output, but only affect your experience of the output. Yeah, that totally makes sense. We could have inputs that affect the output. Oh, we got a spammer. We could make inputs that affect the output, but they don't have to affect the output, and it's still interactive. And I totally agree with you. And that happens all the time in subtle ways, but we can do it in really obvious ways too. That really make us confront the fact that we're interacting with something, you know? And even if they decide not to do those deterministic things, the choice to not include those deterministic inputs is still a choice that we can view through the lens of interactivity. Non-interactivity seeming non-interactivity is a form of interactivity. It's the exclusion of that. So the way I describe it is linear and non-linear narrative. Most stories take place linearly. They go from A to B. And so a lot of times we talk about the non-linearity of storytelling, and the non-linearity of some stories like has really big implications for the meaning of a book. But if it's linear and non-linear, those are two sides of the same coin, and we can view them through the same lens. And I think non-interactivity and interactivity exists in that same dimension, kind of. Movies are insanely interactive in general now, and have been since 2000 with bonus content. But yeah, so another great example is like people say movies aren't interactive. Like you can pause them, you can play them, you can rewind them. When you read a book, you're going between the different pages. Like, but people say that you don't directly affect the experience, so that's not interactive. But you do directly affect the experience. If you are constantly pausing or playing a game or etc., like you're directly impacting it. I totally agree. Even like if you scratch a disc and it plays differently, what if that kind of creates a certain experience that's interesting? Like if it skips every so many seconds and those line up with certain moments that make you have some kind of ideas about this movie, and it becomes like a new thing. And so we're interacting. It's like so fragile, this idea that these media aren't interactive. When there's so many examples of our effect on them directly and deterministically, like you're saying. Ability to skip different things. And you can make a movie where you could easily make a movie where it's designed for you to interact with it in that way, that you're supposed to maybe watch different parts of the movie. I mean, that example right there of scratching discs is taken to its extreme with scratching records. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point as well. And you could make a movie to be designed for like Netflix made that Black Mirror Boulder Dash, I think it was called, and it's an interactive movie, and it's kind of overtly interactive. But you could design a movie where you're hoping that maybe it's not a linear thing, and maybe to make sense of it, you're supposed to rewind and fast forward and stuff. Bandersnatch, I forget what I said, Banderwidth? Bandersnatch, yeah. So we could design these movies to encourage that interaction, make them interactive experiences. Often we don't do that, but still the decision to not embrace that interactivity is still a property to view through the lens of interactivity and analyze. Non-interactivity has its own rhetorical effects that we can view through the lens of interactivity. Oh man, need more water. I think Her Story is a great example of a video game that's deeply cinematic and interactive as well. Like in Her Story, the setting is you're like listening to these police interviews and you're searching them. You have to search for certain words to find these different clips of this police interview, and you're trying to figure out who's the killer is or whatever the mystery is. And so you're interacting by like searching up these files and watching the clips, and the watching of the clips is the playing of the game. Viewing a movie is the playing of the game, and so that's like a direct correlation between like the watching. Her Story is another great game with no win-lose condition, I believe. Great point as well. You are just done when you are satisfied. Exactly, and yeah, and they could have made that more open interpretation. So there's like a kind of a final discovery, where you kind of, I won't spoil it, but you can kind of figure out like a crux of the mystery. But they didn't have to make it like that. They could have made it open-ended and you just kind of stop when you're done. Like, so, I don't know, I think it's super fascinating. So yeah, it's awesome to like. I rarely talk to people about this because I think most people don't think about games like this. So it's awesome to have this conversation with Alexandra. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you about this. Like most people, like in the industry, if I told people like everything is interactive, blah blah blah, like it won't even compute with them. They see video games in such a fundamentally different way than I do, that it doesn't like really make sense. So like that's what I'm saying is like. I have such a different perspective, and I think it sounds like you do as well. Yeah, it's always good to be able to discuss stuff beyond the surface level. Totally makes sense. Oh man, this conversation is exhausting. It's fun to talk about this stuff, though. I really appreciate the conversation. And so, like, but now, it's a huge challenge to be able to talk about this stuff, and analyze this stuff and be able to develop this perspective. But how do we, like, create art that, like, really is built on this kind of fundamental thinking, How do we, like, what kind of games can we make that really forces players to challenge their definitions of what a game is? And to me, the most truest art, I think I say this quote eventually in this. Let me see. One second. So this is Jackson Pollock. New needs need new techniques, and the modern artists have found new ways and new means of making their statements. The modern painter cannot express this age, the airplane, the atom bomb, the radio, and the old forms of the Renaissance or of any past culture. So to me, video games, to sum it up in one way, video games to me, I'm enthralled with video games because they are the modern tool. Not just for video games as a medium. I mean, when I say video games, I mean interactive art in general, meaning all art, So using technology to build on the foundations of the history of art, to take the novel to new places, to take the painting in new places, take the film in new places, and to blend them together and create this, like, dynamic, like, combination of all of them in what I call video games. To me, that's the truest form of art right now, because our definition of art changes. We can't just keep making art like we used to do when we were in the Renaissance, Obviously, the movements have changed. We went from realistic, painting things realistically, to painting things emotionally, to painting things abstractly. And that's one way art evolves. But another way art evolves is our world changes, and what we consider art and the definitions of our art media also change. And so I think the truest modern artist is tackling these issues, is embracing technology and is embracing interactivity, which underlies all art media. So to me, that's what gets me really excited, about video games. And it's kind of hard to keep that in mind when I'm making Emoji Pop, a casual mobile puzzle game. But to me, I'm trying to disrupt an industry. I'm trying to disrupt an industry that I think I have some expertise in order to, like, set up a foundation for myself to, like, make some money, and I want my long-term goal is to start making this kind of art. Alexandra says, one thing that makes me really interested is better interactivity between players and spectators. Interesting. So that makes me think of, like, Twitch. Is that kind of something you're referring to, where there's people who are watching and people who are playing, and they can kind of maybe interact with each other in ways that either affect the experience or on the side? Is that kind of what you're talking about? I want to build... Okay, now you are saying that. Okay, I want to build Twitch integration into my game in a way where if the streamer wants, they can have chat actively playing a portion of the game at the same time. That totally makes sense. I think that's really interesting. And then it's like, it's almost like these people are playing different games, but they're all connected in this one game. Like, I've seen games where, like, that use Twitch where, like, the player's playing, and based on what the Twitch chatters are doing, it impacts the challenges that the player's facing. And so they're kind of at odds with one another, or maybe they're trying to help each other out based on the player's relationship with the community. So while the streamer's killing enemies and going for the boss, the chat's generating the skills for the boss, manipulating the map, etc. So exactly, I think that is so fascinating. Maybe chat decides they want to do this, want the streamer to do 5 elite battles in a row, followed by a bunch of treasure chests. That is, I think that's a really interesting concept. I'm really glad you're pursuing that. And also, in addition to being interesting from an artistic point and from, like, an through the lens of interactivity, this is really interesting. But also, it's embracing the modern landscape that we exist in. For video games to succeed, it makes it a lot easier if they're embracing Twitch, we can't make games the way they always were, like there's no one making arcade games anymore, like Pac-Man. There's no one that's making cabinet games the same way they were, but there's lots of people making games like JRPGs, like RPG games or adventure games like they used to be made in the 80s or whatever. And I like that you're embracing the modern landscape with Twitch in order to make an RPG for the modern landscape, for the modern world. So I think that is super fascinating. I'm in love with that idea. Giving chat the agency to make sure that a highlight moment happens every single stream, I think is incredibly powerful. That totally makes sense. I could totally see that. So you kind of empower chatters to make the engaging moments that make these streams really engaging. If stuff is not that interesting this run, chat can spice it up by changing things. Oh, super interesting. That is such a good idea. That is super interesting. Yeah, so I love how you're kind of like even questioning the role of audience, and you're making audience an important part of the game instead of just something that you don't consider. It's like, that is super interesting just conceptually. And it improves the engagement and the quality of the game as well. That is so interesting. I love that idea. I'm super excited to see where you go with that. Let me know whenever you have any updates or whatever. I'd love to check them out whenever. That's super awesome. Keep us updated on that game. Yeah, the audience basically gets to stand in as the dungeon master instead of the game's RNG seed. That totally makes sense. Remember when Twitch Plays Pokemon was super popular? I think in like 2012. I think that's like an interesting experiment that is really rough around the edges and not well thought out, but you can see the power that these kinds of that the audience has in if you give them a role in a game, like that's just chaos, Pokemon. This is like a refined version of that. Exactly. This is like a well thought out version of what that was. That's awesome. I think that's super cool. Instead of Twitch plays Pokemon against the game's AI, it's Twitch plays Pokemon against the streamer. That totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. You'll have to keep us up to date on that. But yeah, I love how you're experimenting with interactivity while also embracing the modern landscape. I think you're exploring as well as doing something that's going to help you financially and stuff. I think that's super interesting. I think that's what we need to be doing in different ways as indie devs. It allows RNG to become more interesting. Random number generation. That makes sense. If the streamer gets some bad RNG, chat might intervene to save the day. I also like how this experience would be different based on the kind of streamer you are. Like, if you're a streamer who has a really like warm community and like you're really tight with them, they're gonna be constantly trying to help you out. If you have a stream where like you got a bunch of trolls in your chat and stuff, that's gonna be a very different experience. I think that's super interesting. The varied results of that. That's super cool too. If the streamer got an OP item on the first shop, chat might give them hell to compensate. Oh, so they're like, oh, that's so interesting. So instead of like the AI, like, or whatever it is in the game that's kind of bumping it in order to make it a smooth experience, you're like having the audience do that. I think that is a great idea. That's a great concept to follow. Mattman, yes, I am cutting my hair. I've decided, since I know I'm exhibiting increasingly erratic behaviors, so I thought I would just embrace that. I feel like cutting my hair. Felt like I might as well do it while we're having this chat, Dude, are there other Twitch streamers that cut their hair during live streams, or am I the first? See, I'm such a pioneer. You're a wild guy, says Matt, man. Hey, I'm not that wild. I don't crash my skateboard. What happened last Friday? I saw that burn you got. Did you fall off your skateboard? I would assume there are hairstylists on Twitch. Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, I learned to cut my own hair in college to save money. So now I just kind of do it, especially during this pandemic. I'm like, whatever, it's not worth it. I'll just cut my own hair. And then it's like the way I like it anyway. It's hard to do the back though. That's kind of difficult. Friday, I drunkenly fell trying to catch my buddy's loose dog. I was gonna make fun of you, but you were doing it for a good reason, so I won't do that. Ended with face inside of hot fire pit. Oh my god, I thought you just burned it like with the friction. That's intense. Xandra says I'm growing my hair out right now. Isn't everyone technically always growing their hair out? Think about it. It's pretty funny, says Matt, man. Oh man, I look pretty bad. That sucks. Yeah, I was a little worried for you. I'm like, oh man, like drunk skateboarding, that could be dangerous, but it's good that it was just because you're chasing the dog or whatever. I'm guessing you got the dog back. Actually, no, says Xandra. Isn't our technically everyone's hair is growing out, but they're not necessarily growing out the hair. Isn't that the same thing though? I mean, think about it. You know, like maybe okay. I would say the only people that aren't growing out their hair are bald people, but like moment to moment, like you're growing out your hair technically, even if you don't intend to. You know, just trying to be like a devil's advocate here. Batman says I'm permanently wearing a hat right now with my hair being long. Okay, gotcha. Oh man, I hope it heals fast. Maybe embrace it. You can like you're like a tough guy or something. It'll like make you like badass or something. I'm probably going to put some neon pink in my hair soonish. Nice, do it. I've never dyed my hair, but that would be fun. My face is healing just fine. LOL, I did fall on my skateboard a few months ago, and that was way worse. Okay. This is why I don't skateboard, because I have no, like, I can't do anything with wheels besides, like, a bike. Like, even, I've tried to stand on a skateboard, and I always fall on my face. It's crazy. And I'm tall, so, like, the impact would just be even more damaging to me, I think. At least you got a cool story out of it or something, right? Should have picked a minimum height for fall damage and smaller hitbox. Oh my god, this is definitely a game dev stream. Oh my god. Isn't this the weirdest game dev stream ever? Like, we play indie mobile games. We just talked about art for an hour. I'm cutting my hair. I got drunk enough Friday, says Mattman, where I didn't really care that I was injured. That is the... Hey, if you're going to be injured, you gotta do it while you're drunk. That totally makes sense. Man cuts hair while watching his own YouTube videos. I made a YouTube video about cutting my own hair. I might have deleted it, though. Oh, here it is. COVID-19 shutdown. So I thought I'd upload this tutorial on how you can cut your own hair at home. I used to do this all the time in college so I could save money for beer. Okay, so step one is you just gotta start cutting. Man cuts hair while watching own YouTube videos about man cutting hair. As the right side, that's or good. It might look a little weird. Watch my insanity. Watch my sanity slowly slip. Okay, so the trickiest part about cutting your hair is cutting the back because you can't really see what you're doing. So just be careful and try to feel it kind of with your hands. Oh, and that's it. Now you can look as handsome as me during the coronavirus quarantine. Thanks for watching this step-by-step tutorial. This was at the beginning of lockdown when I was starting to lose my mind. Everyone pointed out that step one of cutting your hair is cut your hair. But yeah. Yeah, I am slowly losing my sanity. Okay, so it seems like I'm losing my sanity, but in actuality, I think I'm gaining my sanity. It's just that my sane self seems insane to other people. So when I'm insane, I seem sane. I seem normal. But I've been trying to make like some positive changes in my life and stuff like that, and I think it's really helping me like mentally and health wise and everything. And so you're seeing this in what appears to be insanity and erratic behavior. As crazy as that seems, the midnight tweets, the random Facebook posts. I've been doing Gwen Stefani covers. It's crazy. Nah, you seem fine. Just giving me a hard time. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding too. I just think it's funny. I'm kind of a weird person. I think a little bit. But there's people that try to be weird, but I try not to be weird. But I think I'm slowly starting not to care anymore. It's hard to do this without a mirror. I was thinking we do this promo where like every follower I get, I cut another piece of my hair until I get a full haircut and like 100 followers. Not caring is the best way to live. I agree 100%. That's always my advice. Like that kid commented on our stream like a week ago and said like, oh, people make fun of me because I'm different, blah, 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 and I can't take it anymore. That's the advice I give. Like, you just got to not care, and people respect if you don't care. I'm really excited to play your game, Mattman. Every day when I start the stream, I'm like, this could be the day that Mattman's game is done. I'm going out of town this weekend. I'm going to tell people I got in a knife fight. That's a great idea. You should stick with that, honestly. You should just come up with the craziest story. I had this friend like in junior high who he buzzed his hair and he really didn't like it. I think he got a bad haircut and he had to like shave off all his hair. And then he told us all that someone dropped like a cigarette from the window and it burned off his hair, and we all believed him too. And it was like a cool story, you know. Honestly, my game I can't share until next week or possibly following. Cool, makes sense. I know these things take time, and I mean, every time I set a deadline for myself, I'm always like, I always release the game way later than that. So I understand that these things evolve, and you can never really know when they're done until they're like about done, you know. So totally makes sense. I'm excited. I'll temper my expectations for the next week or so. Yeah, so I was gonna code and stuff. I might end the stream in like another 10 minutes and then start coding offline. Too much business and contracts getting in the way of making games. Totally makes sense. I can't even imagine how much work that all takes. Working with a publisher and doing all that business stuff. Sakran on YouTube is still commenting, can you please add, in all caps, all of the gone skins back for 11 or 12 days? Please read my update, please. New skins and hats. Bring back the third limited skin, please, come on, please. Like literally like a ton of comments about that. They're limited for a reason. Mattman says they're limited for a reason, so I think you're just gonna have to keep up to date with the game to make sure you get those limited skins. Every time I play a mobile game, Sakran always asks if there's skins in it. That's his first question. So I imagine they're really big on the skins, I guess, which makes sense. I know some players are really into that. And I know their OCD senses must be tingling if they really want those extra skins. That's weird. The mod hid this chat. Collectible waifus is always important. I'm not sure what that even means. What is that word? Is that a bad word or something? If he really wants the limited skins, he has to reset the data. Would lose all skins in progress. And the limited skins would come up. Okay, so Cran, did you hear that? If you delete your game, reset all the data, you can play the game from the start, and then you get access to all those skins. Anime girl, the word is derived from wife. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't know the anime connection. Yeah, but you lose all your progress, Cran, so if you really want to be a completionist, you're going to have to delete the game. Alright, well, this has been an awesome chat. I think I'm going to end it here. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to focus more on coding. I'm going to do some coding offline here. Thank you all for such an awesome stream. This was super fascinating. I loved having these conversations with you, Mattman and Alexandra and Tipasoft earlier and Kessels. I love talking about art and all this and life in general. Really love to see you guys in all y'all in a future stream, Sakran included. Yeah, that was a really good chat. I totally agree, Alexandra. Thank you so much for that. I don't have many people that I can talk to about that stuff, so I really value those kinds of conversations. So thank you for watching, y'all. I hope y'all are followed and everything so we can play. Yeah, y'all are followed. So I'm looking forward to the stream. I'm going to go back again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hopefully, maybe we'll do some more coding and stuff. Makes sense if y'all can't do it every day. Have a good night, Mattman. You too. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one.